All right, recording in progress. Let's see how we're doing here. Looks like we're going live. Yes, wonderful. Welcome, everybody. Another Sunday, August 24th, season 11, episode 34. Here we are again. I want to say 34 Sundays in a row, but it's actually much more than 34 Sundays in a row because we did a lot in the previous year to this. So I think we're probably at 40 or 50 or 60 of these in a row. So I wanted to just say what's up to everyone. Shout out to Bingo Lombardi for always holding it down in the chat room. Shout out to John Maddox and Harry Delaney and Buddy Weeds and Benja710 and Senpai Tiggs and all the good folks. Boro Josh is in the room. Yeah, want to, as always, start out by thanking our sponsors. These guys, make it possible for us to join weekly and gather and sort of take care of a little bit of things here and there. Let me just organize one page that I hadn't had open, and we'll go from there. And then I'll start letting some folks in because we do have some folks waiting to be let in. So we're going to share and we're going to go like this. And then we're going to say the Press Club. Thanks to the Press Club, trusted by top hash makers from around the world since 2016. The Press Club is your one-stop shop for award-winning solventless gear, from press bags to wash bags to presses to vessels. You'll find everything you need from wash to press. We are big fans of the Press Club and what they're doing in the community, so we're excited to have them on board as an official sponsor for Hash Church. Made in the USA, patented pink stitch, zero blowout guarantee, small family-owned business, free expedited shipping, over $75 and international shipping available. You can visit them at www.thepressclub.co and use the code HashChurch to take 10% off your purchase. So I also want to thank another sponsor, someone who has just been awesome to us constantly, and that is Puffco. Ignite your dabbing journey with Puffco. Puffco has clearly revolutionized the art of dabbing, bringing concentrates to the world with unmatched style and innovation. From the pocket-sized Puffco Pivot, I was hitting mine yesterday at a party that wasn't super cannabis friendly, delivering portable 3D chamber flavor to the Peak Pro, the ultimate smart rig with Bluetooth precision and massive clouds, and the modular Proxy, redefining versatility with its sleek, customizable design. Puffco sets the gold standard for hash enthusiasts everywhere. Their cutting-edge tech has made dabbing approachable, flavorful, and fun, inspiring a global community of concentrate connoisseurs. We are beyond stoked to have Puffco as a proud sponsor of Hash Church, fueling our passion for sharing the love of hash with the world. Shop the Pivot, Peak Pro, Proxy, and more at puffco.com and join the dabbing revolution. Yes, indeed. Finally, last but not least, want to shout out Bubble Bags. We stand out as the premier choice for water hash extraction, and it's no surprise why. We are the original innovators who set the standard for quality and performance, crafted with durability in mind. These bags come with a lifetime warranty, ensuring you're covered for years of consistent use. The team behind Bubble Bags, that's us, takes pride in their pioneering legacy, backing every product with unwavering confidence and a commitment to excellence, making us the trusted go-to for enthusiasts and professionals alike, seeking top-tier hash extraction results, especially if you're looking for the labs. Check us out at www.bubblebag.com and HashChurch10 for a 10% discount. We'd love to have you. Please stop by. And in the meantime, welcome everybody to Hash Church. I ate a lot of milligrams last night, so my eyes are like two piss holes in the snow. But we're going to get through this. We got some good folks already here chatting it up. So let's let in a guest who is waiting. Who could our guest be today? Is it someone that's never been on Hash Church before? Is it possible? Let's let in a guest. Oh, I think I hear your audio, Mr. Mossy Garden. It's never been on Hash Church before. Okay, unless I have mine. Maybe it's mine. No, do you have? Oh, there it is. No, yeah, one of the YouTubes is going. There we go. Welcome, dude.
I'm glad to be on. A bit nervous.
Dude, don't be nervous. You're the mossy giant.
Thanks for rapping, man.
Dude, I love it, man. So Mossy and I met at the podcast this year in March. I was in Amsterdam after the last Spanibus at La Fiera there in the hospital after 20 some odd years of doing that. That was over. I headed over to Amsterdam to celebrate the life of Skunkman Sam with his wife and friends and loved ones, family. And while I was there, I, of course, made a point on going to see Soma. Soma was, of course, at Dave's celebration of life as well. But I went and met Soma over at his place with Phil, Albert and Satoshi. And Mossy was in the
Yeah.
house. And he gave me this beautiful hat that I have gardened. Like, it doesn't look so bad now, dude, but like in person, my wife didn't let me wear it to a fancy party last night. She made me put a different one on. And I said, you know what? He told me when I ruined this one from gardening that he would send me another nice new one for going out to the fancy parties. So shout
Uh,
out to you, Mossy.
yeah, no, but that's the way those hats are supposed to be used as true gardening hats, you know? They got
Well,
to
dude,
get
I have gardened for hundreds of hours in this thing. It's I'm hella grateful.
I'm hella grateful that you like it. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
dude. Yeah, so meet Peter, the mossy giant, Etienne, and Colin. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with his work. He's an incredible artist. He created this hat. He created this incredible artwork. He's recently done one of Mila, the hash queen. And really, why don't you give us a little breakdown on the mossy giant? First of all, he is a giant, dude. He's
Yeah,
like 6'11". When I met him, I was like, holy, my son's 6'5", which is a pretty big giant. Nice. Chance got the bag, the computer
yeah.
bag.
I think HN even has the Mila print.
Of course
Hopefully
he
it's
does.
right. Yep.
Etienne doesn't fuck around. He's no lightweight.
No, he's a real one.
No,
So yeah, give us.
I'm a big
You're a big
fan.
fan.
I met Mossy this year actually in Barcelona at, of course, La Crema Gracia, which he has decorated. These are some bags that I've received from him,
Beautiful.
um, which are really fun, you know, bags, etc. But yeah, I have all of his prints, and then my wife's coming in. Of course, she has to show off the
La crema gras. Nice.
yeah.
That's
So
awesome.
we're big fans of Mossy. We love the big giant. Love you, buddy. Hope everybody's doing well there.
Man, that is really cool to hear because, to me it's sometimes very overwhelming the reactions I get from this industry and this community because ultimately I'm just an artist and I found a niche. I found a plant that I really, really like, and I think that can benefit planet Earth. And that's the theme I work with. And for some reason, people are running with it. And to hear that from you, Etienne, from you, Marcus, that's just the work that you guys have done doesn't even compare to the stuff that I do on my drawing table. Like you guys are really working with this plant. You guys are out there in the field, being yeah, you're on the front end of true activism, Etienne. And I think that's, you guys are doing the real work. I just am here to tell stories through art. And I think I can make, through my work, some very difficult subjects very accessible. Cannabis is crowded in uh, uh, terrible government laws, people going to jail for growing a plant. So those are heavy subjects. And I think through art, you can tell these stories with a little bit more ease. And the barrier of getting into some heavy stories is much easier to get through. And yeah, to immediately piggyback on that, so the project that we have been working on for such a long time now, about 3.5 years, we've been grinding away on the grand history of cannabis. This is also where we made the Mila print for, which basically we are focusing on telling the stories of every culture that was touched by this plant, and that's almost every culture. And Mila, of course, is such a big figure in this industry. Of course, she's been around the world. She's grown many plants. She has been on cutting edge technology of hash making, and she's a very sweet lady. And I've got to meet her over the past years, listening to her stories, and I was able to digest her stories and her life's work into, of course, a tiny piece of art. Her life is so colorful that it was really hard to digest it into just one piece. And that's part of the Grand History of Cannabis collection of art, which tells a little bit of Mila's story. But last year we also focused on the Dutch. I think I am Dutch. So that was the first. Yeah, there it is. That's the bag that holds the. Well, let me share if it's easy. Now, let me first talk about it a little bit. So we figured it was very important to document the stories of the people that worked with this plant and that put their livelihoods on the line and their freedoms on the line to work with this plant. And I think the Netherlands, the Dutch, have played such a huge role into whatever is happening around the globe with cannabis. Of course, the Americans, the Canadians, you guys are passing us by left and right. But I think what happened here in the 70s and in the 80s with our liberal mindset, the Dutch liberal mindset that's now disappearing, unfortunately, we opened up a little vacuum in the world where people were able to work with this plant in relative freedom. And in a time span of from the 80s, beginning of the 80s up until the 2010s, 11s, there was 30 years of people being able, Americans, Canadians, Dutch growers, to be able to work with this plant and gain so much knowledge. And now, because the laws have gotten so much tighter and around the world it is opening up a lot more, you see all this knowledge leaving the Netherlands. Like guys from DNA, they came here and they made a name for themselves. They were killing the game, and they went back to the USA. Skunkman Sam, may he rest in peace. He went over there and just was able to work on his craft, to work with it, with this plant that we are all so passionate about. Soma is another guy. He's a very dear friend of mine. He's an OG. He came here in 94, having spent time in jail in Florida, basically escaping more jail time and being able to live a free life in liberty and to be able to consume his sacrament in freedom because of the Dutch liberal mindset, which, as I said before, is now unfortunately disappearing because of all this right-wing bullshit that's going on in the world. So it was important for us as I was never part of this generation, but I've learned a lot from the people that were in the trenches, so to speak, and that have done so much for what is happening with all the legalization that's going on in the USA, what happened in Canada, even in Germany. So out of that, a lot of rambling here, came this book that basically explains every figure that played a huge role in Dutch cannabis culture. And to me, that was a bucket list job. And I do this in collaboration with a social club out of Barcelona called La Creme Gracia. That's what Etienne showed the shirt of. And the proprietor, the owner, Stefan van Zwieten. I see Etienne bumping his fist. Stefan is a true militant. And Stefan, he's a Frenchman that also has given up his liberty. He spent time behind bars because of his passion about cannabis. He basically had to leave his country and find a place in the world where he can live in relative, I say it again, relative liberty, which is now Barcelona, which in 2014 he opened up his club. And it's a tiny club. It's not a club for a pop culture. It's not, there's not hot girls serving weed. It's a club that's there to push cannabis culture forward, and the people that have been in the trenches, push them forward. So for us, for Etienne, when you came by and when Ed Rosenthal came by, and you guys have given us the support, that meant the world to us. So Stefan I call him a true troubadour. He's a Renaissance man. And he has allowed me to live a life as an artist, because when he came to me with this job to create the grand history of cannabis about 3 years ago, to me that ticked off all the boxes for me as an artist. I was allowed to work with a subject, cannabis, that is dear to me. I was able to do a social project because it really is a social project. It touches people's lives. And we are able to document all these figures that are now passing away, generations that are coming up. And I think it's important to tell these stories because in a way, sorry, I keep rambling because I have a good conversation going. It's important to tell these stories because however you want to look at it, right now, cannabis is still so very, very much stigmatized. And if you talk to any people that are not familiar with this plant or just read the newspapers, they will often frown. Oh, cannabis. Oh, that's a drug. Oh, it's illegal. Oh, there's criminal activity acquainted with this plant. So when you're a cannabis user or you're a patient or you're a grower or you like this culture, you're usually judged very easy. So I hope through this book and through this art, the cannabis patient, the cannabis consumer, whether that's recreationally or just for fun or as a patient, the grower, the people that have been frowned upon can see themselves in this book and get a sense of pride that it's really a good thing that we're doing. And pushing this plant into the light it's something that's very important, and I think can help on so many facets that we deal with nowadays worldwide.
Absolutely.
Climate
No, I
change,
like
pharma, you name it. Okay, yeah, keep going.
no, I like the idea of, the pen name, the mossy giant, doing the art. It reminds me of, you're right, telling that story is important. If you remember, there was a guy by the name of Charles Lutwidge Dodson. And a lot of people don't know Charles Lutwidge Dodson, but he told stories about mathematics. And he told stories. He was a poet and a photographer, but he was really a mathematician. But he wrote his stories under the pen name Lewis Carroll. And Lewis Carroll was a mathematician that was unable to talk about math the way he wanted to because he had very different philosophies and theories about mathematics. So he did it through the stories that Lewis Carroll brought us, which is pretty incredible. So yeah, it is important work to tell those stories. That's it's I don't think people realize that the narrative of your life, the narrative of, mainstream creates reality. And so if we don't like that reality, then we have to create a different narrative. And storytelling is so important. It's why, so much of the storytelling is controlled by like Hollywood. And
Yeah,
so they're the storytellers. They're the ones who exports their culture the way America does. Nobody exports. There's people in fucking the Galapagos Island right now that want to buy Levi's jeans and drink Coca-Cola because they saw it in a fucking movie.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's how you export the culture. So your art is very important. I was super impressed by it and impressed by you, and you're well spoken, and your art is super trippy. Like it's definitely
It's
you.
necessary. It
Yeah.
it's because
Like look at it, dude. It's
this is
fucking
exactly
incredible.
what it's so necessary because the way it's put the way it's displayed in the club, it's huge paintings, there's comfy couches, you can consume and sit and digest the art. And the idea is that you sit there and you might not have any idea what all this means, but you look at the work and you might see a figure or someone in there, and then you start asking questions, and through asking the questions, conversation opens up and we can start learning from each other. To give you a prime example on how this works in practice, last year there were huge crackdowns in Barcelona by the government. There was another a new mayor who wanted to make a name for himself, and what's the easiest way to do that? Through cleaning the streets of drugs. So he went into the clubs, checking papers. Clubs are afraid of closing down. Um, and there was Stefan was at his house, and there was images of his surveillance system being sent to him, and there were cops in the club, Spanish police, and they were all standing there like this, looking at the paintings. And they were like, and I have a lot of images of cops in there. I got pigs in there, and I make a lot of fun of cops in the work. And I knew exactly where the cops were standing. They were standing in front of the piece where the cops were portrayed in the artwork, and they were laughing. So, and then they started asking questions to the club manager about what does this mean and why is this guy in there? And now all of a sudden you're taught there's two opposite groups having a conversation. And that is so powerful because that's what needs to happen. We got to be able to, instead of fighting, let's listen to each other and see each other's point of view. And that in that way you can create change. And that, so when I saw that, I get goosebumps talking about this. I saw, wow, this really is working. We're able to start conversation through art. And when that seed's planted, now all of a sudden, if you're interested, because it's such a fascinating story, usually when the seed's planted, people start digging more and more and more, uncovering the truth, finding out more information, teaching about themselves about this plant and about what it can do for mankind. And I'm just very grateful that my art can play a little role in this.
It's a huge role in the sense that your art is so intricate, and because it is blown up so much, you could literally spend days in there staring at the art on each walls. He has like the history of cannabis, which has Myrtle, Jack Herrera, and all these people, Louis Armstrong. It's very much a woven tapestry in the sky, and that our history is. It crosses every social economic barrier. But I think also the key to your art is the activism and giving the historical figures a face, right? Because so many people aren't known because so many people hid, right?
Yeah.
So many people hid, so many people don't even know, unless you knew Neville, ran into him, etc. There's so many people that held a piece in this movement that I think it is very important that we have people documenting it. And the way that you are documenting it by going through each country historically. I know you're doing the Dutch. I know you're finishing up on Mexico. I know I'm assisting you with the United States. I would
Absolutely.
hope Canada's coming down the way. I think also the Middle East has a huge play in the history of cannabis. So, thank you for choosing this as a vessel to communicate, because I saw just by sitting there in La Crema Gracia multiple times, just watching people just staring at the walls, and every time they're seeing something new, and groups of people sitting there pointing it out and having these conversations. And you're right, it's still done person to person, human to human,
Yeah.
and your art is a reflection of that conversation. And that is a beauty and a rare thing that you've been able to capture. And I can't thank you enough, as well as your friendship, your kindness, as well as your generosity to engage. I mean, it was Mila, me, you, Ed Rosenthal, Jane, his wife, my wife, and others, when Gaio Belam was there, etc. And just the whole vibe, it was just
Yeah.
off the chains.
Well, it was crazy too because it was the day after Spannabis ended. It was on a Monday, and me and Stefan decided, like, my wife was in town, so we spent some time at the beach. We had dinner. We had a relaxed day, and then she got on the plane, and I called Stefan, let's smoke one more joint, and then I'm going to bed. And then I walk in, it's you sitting there, Dank Duchess, Ed Rosenthal walks in. I'm like, all right, the festival's not over yet. Let's keep this going. And 3 years ago, we set out with the intention to create this in the club, to have it be like the old French tea houses where new ideas are being molded, new ideas come to life, activists, artists, writers, filmmakers come together to work with this plant and push it forward. And I think even to piggyback on this is not my thought, this is Stefan's thought. He finds this so important to document these stories because he believes that if we look back at this time in another 100 years, maybe 200 years, it will be an important time frame in human history. And the more we document it, the more we can capture of it, the more we can tell to future generations. Because like a guy like David Watson, Skunkman Sam, there's already people in newer generations that have no idea who he is. And most people don't realize that that fruity, tasteful cannabis you're smoking is due to his efforts. And of course, a lot of other people, but he's patient zero in a way. And it's important to tell these stories. Very important. And we are exactly what you just mentioned, Etienne. We just did the Dutch. We finished the art piece of Mexico. Mexico is a super important country, a very rich cannabis culture, and sometimes very much overlooked by the popular culture of the United States. But without Mexico, there would not be a United States cannabis culture. So we gotta put them in the spotlight first and put them in the spotlight good. So in September, we start the design of that second book. And then when that's all behind us, we're going to face the giant task of diluting and telling and not diluting, that's the wrong word, telling the story of what happened in the United States, Canada. And the reason we are picking these three cultures first, the Dutch, Canada, Mexico, and the United States, is because they are popular cultures. They are very much new history, so people get a lot of affinity with it. People are they know the culture, so this creates a lot of excitement about the project. We already have the Dutch moving and shaking with this book. The Dutch cannabis culture has really picked this up. In Mexico, there are a lot of writers and activists that have picked it up, that are using it. We send this stuff out to clubs all the time for them to print out. It's been used in marches. So the art's being used for activism by the right people. But then what you said, Etienne, when you go back to the Middle East and even Far Asia, Africa, the Mongolian steppes, there is so much rich cannabis culture there, but it's a little bit more obscure. So first, we got to get the popular culture behind us. We got to make the project known. And then in the next 10, 15 years, we're going to talk about all this history. If the cannabis gods allow us to, we got to stay alive and we got to keep working and don't think about the future too much. Just put pencil to paper every day. And it's not just me, I'm just a medium through which Stefan works, Kenzie Ribolet, who has done a tremendous job in assisting us with this project. He is I think, one of the most special guys in cannabis today, and nobody knows him. Nobody fucking knows him. He works at La Creme Gracia. Stefan gave him a job, so he has a basis of living. He's allowed to smoke weed all day and research. And Kenzie he's an animal. If you feed him a little bit, he'll go so deep he went to Brussels, to the archives to find all this crazy information about cannabis, and he's uncovering some very to the normal, the layman, so to speak. It might not seem like it's significant, but he's really doing significant work. Same with Myrtle, same with UHN. I think that's what I said in the beginning of this conversation. You guys are doing the real work. I just make it known through art, and I just get really excited about this shit, man. It's just, yeah. Yeah.
That,
It's
look,
awesome.
it's really wonderful that you're finding a voice through the subject matter through the medium that you've chosen, which is highbrow or high art illustration in some regard. But from a process point of view, what I see is someone who studied art for my whole life, starting from American folk art all the way up, Andrew Wyeth and other painters, throughout that era. But I when I look at your work, I see a lot of R. Crumb, and I see a lot of Jim Pollock.
Yeah.
Jim Pollock's works from Fish, and R. Crumb was really, if those that don't know, he did the cover of Europe '72 for the Grateful Dead, and he was responsible for creating The Walking Man, and a very prolific illustrator, storyteller, was able to tell the counterculture story of through his style of illustration, which is really fascinating. For those that don't know R. Crumb's work, you should totally go read about him, study him. He's a was a brilliant person, and really pushed the idea of psychedelics in drawing. His story is like he took LSD one time and started drawing, and the next day he woke up and he was like, "Did I just make this?"
Yeah.
And
There
he
you
just
go.
was like, "Huh, this is the style."
Yeah.
And he discovered his style through his experiential work. But I think so. I have some questions for you. Is you have obviously you use your sketchbook, and then it obviously goes into Illustrator or other programs like that, and you're doing shading, you're doing um, detailed work that's, vector work, and how does that work for you in terms of your process, so people can kind of understand, you have many disciplines here to get to that piece that's behind you, and I know that because I've personally done it, and I've had the honor of working with people like Noah Butkus, who's the creative director of Stussy currently,
So,
and his work is incredible, and I know that Noah has done work for Burton and countless other brands, Nike. He's a brilliant illustrator. So if you can talk about your process a little bit, I think the viewers would probably be really interested in understanding, like, how do you get from a pen and a piece of paper to the pieces behind you?
yeah. So um, I can talk a bit about how we get from an idea to a book of the grand history of cannabis, the Dutch, for example. It's a full year of work that starts with an idea. Me and Stefan get together. We smoke a lot of isolator and we start talking about who the fuck are we going to put in this book? We have a general idea. And so the first, I would say 4 to 6 months, we're just talking to people. We're listening to stories. We're fact checking. So this book has been fact checked and rewritten by Derek Bergman. Derek is one of the best and most honest cannabis activist in Holland. I call him the Dutch cannabis Wikipedia, I would say even world, because he knows so much. He's a writer, activist, journalist, and he is fully on the cannabis train. And we asked him to be our editor. So me and Stefan sit down, we go back and forth, and while we're working on this, we're sketching. I'm sketching, I'm putting in elements, and it's just all pencil and a tiny piece of paper, thumbnailing, making notes, thumbnailing, and it's super messy. The only
You're
one,
taking, you're making style boards and like concepts basically. So those that are out there listening, style boards are just the basic concepts of what they're thinking. And
yeah.
then you from the style board you start to kind of go in on it, right? Like you pick scenes, right?
Then it's not. I start. Because I'm not a cartoon artist like a comic book guy. Everything is in one piece, so I already start laying out one piece.
Nice.
And so here's the Americans flying in on a little plane. It's Sam the Skunk Man, Ed Rosenthal, and Old Ed. And then there's the round table where you have all the first pioneers. So that's all elements, and that comes up, and I put it in.
Got it.
And that's the first rough sketch. And then we sit down again and we go over it. Then we talk to Derek and we make another sketch. And every sketch is more refined. And
Right.
then around the fourth or fifth sketch, I blow it up. I go to my light table, which is a backlit table, and I go over it and I start fine tuning. I already
Right.
start putting in elements of the faces. And this is also still a moment where everything can change. Okay, this has to go there. That has to go there. This person has to go out. Then it's refined again. Then that sketch, that story, it's about 4 or 5 months later. Then we have to start really executing it, really putting the ink down. First, I draw everything to a detail of that it looks exactly like how I want it in ink with pencil. This is to me the most fun process. This is also where I consume the most cannabis because it's free. I can erase. And then when I'm fully set on and these papers are huge. I could grab one here, but it might disrupt the conversation. So I'd rather speak about it, but if you guys are interested in seeing it, I can grab it. Then when we are all set, and I've talked to Stefan about 1,000 more times, like, are we really ready to ink? Are we ready to ink? And then it's time to put the ink on. And that's a process where I usually stay completely sober because it is I get very nervous in the first days. Then usually when it's around day 2 or 3 with inking, it goes automatic. And that
Yeah.
process takes around another 6 months with coloring. Then when the ink drawing is finished, we scan it in, and then the digital part starts. I color it in digitally. So then later on, it can be produced into paintings, prints, artworks, merchandise eventually. And then it's a year from the springing of the idea until the finished piece. And last year we did Mexico, and it was already the pressure was even more intense because this was a culture that I'm really not familiar with. I am a gringo drawing a culture that is not mine at all. I could even be seen as the Western mind that once went over there. So we really had to think about doing this very respectfully and keeping in mind a very proud people, a very proud country, and we wanted to do justice just to them, because usually Mexico, also in Europe, is usually in the news in a very negative way.
Sure.
And here we wanted to put them on a complete pedestal because this country, the Mexican people took a plant that came over by their oppressors. Like the Spanish brought this plant to the new continent, and they were master cultivators. They were growing on lakes. They knew how to work with all kinds of plants, and they did it well. And then all of a sudden they get a new species, and the Mexican basically discovered the spiritual and healing sides of cannabis through their own experimentation.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to touch on is before we get too far is,
Sorry.
oh, you're great. It's amazing because it's great for everyone to hear this because the commitment that you had, right? Because that's really what it is. You're committing from pencil to pen to ink, right? And that commitment is a choice. And isn't it so amazing how much anxiety circles around that? Because you're all of a sudden you're like, I've thought of everything, but I'm actually gonna wait a second. I'm actually gonna commit to this thing now. It's like recording in a studio where you're like, that was the take, and you're like, I could keep going though. But
Yeah.
they're like, no, that's you did it. You just did it.
It's funny that you use the word commitment because that's exactly the word that I always use when I start with, I have to commit to the
It
ink.
is. What's the
And
truth, right?
it's
It's not.
I cannot erase. Of course, there is always some pre-production, after production work that can be done, but I don't like to do that. It has to be done with ink in one take. And if I fuck up, if I make a mistake, then I better work around it so the mistake disappears.
Right. Well, music terms, that's your rehearsals. That's where you are with pencil, right? And when you get
Yeah.
in front of people, that's where the ink happens because you're printing live, right?
You
And
you run into the limits of the artist. I
right.
noticed in certain elements of the drawing that I'm usually these are the parts that I do last. Like I work around and I pick easier parts, and then I keep thinking, I gotta do that. I gotta do that portrait. Oh, I don't want to do it because it's hard. And
No,
then there is that point that you have to do it.
yeah,
And then you realize, all right, I'm not good enough yet. And then you execute it and it's good enough, but you realize, all right, we got to work more. And then my goal is to improve every drawing, which is
right.
it's
Well, it's
very hard.
fascinating. It's fascinating, I think, with drawing specifically because I grew up drawing and it was kind of one of the first mediums I got into. And I think there's a sense of exploration that you want to keep doing,
Yeah.
right? And refinement that the pencil allows you to keep kind of you have this thing you can flip over and just kind of erase and keep it going. It's much like hash making where in
Well,
culture where
you
you're
hit it right on the head. Like, sorry, I
you're
interrupt you.
go ahead. No, go for it. Jump in.
I see the process of drawing very much the same as growing.
It is. It's
It's an
correct.
alchemical process where you go from nothing
Yes.
to gold.
And
Or
immediate, right? Like immediate strokes are immediate things that you see the plant do or not, like, oh, I damaged it, or it's now, sorry, I raised my hand here. It's the same thing. And when you get to making a concentrate or you're getting into the cold room, there's choices, right? It's the same, those choices never really stop, right? And then you're committing once you put it into water, you're like, I committed. All right. And that's the moment where you have to, you got to go through the
I,
linear process.
I wonder if this is the same for you guys as hash makers, that there's a certain point where you say, fuck it, I'm just going to try it.
All the time, I think. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that's kind of
yeah.
why we're all here, huh? Like
I was making hash the other day with a 3-star Michelin chef. And he told me, he said, bro, you could be a Michelin star chef. And I was like, dude, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't even like cook, man. Like I barely have, he's like, no, man, I'm telling you, all of this shit translates. And I've always felt the same way that when it comes to hash makers in my labs, if they have chef backgrounds, I'm in a good place. They're going to be able to understand the execution that is required. And it's the kind of work that, you know, it's both very serious and very laissez-faire simultaneously. And you create this really beautiful tension in between those two things that allows that art form to flourish. Welcome, Dr. Mark.
Hey, how's everyone today?
Shine on, you funky bitch. I'm
Yeah.
hella grateful. Mark says, shine on, you funky bitch.
It's a band called Pink Talking Fish. This is like one of their shirts. So they mash up Pink Floyd and Fish and Talking Heads. That's their
I'd
gig.
love to see Mossy's art for their album.
Yeah. You guys were talking about getting to the end of the piece, Mossy, and yeah, I mean, I'm psyched that Colin brought up the Grateful Dead iconography and I think of people like Gilbert Shelton. I don't know if you know any Gilbert Shelton's work, but he was the guy behind the fabulous Furry Feek Brothers, right? And they did the cover of Shakedown Street, man, with the guy with the zoot suit swing.
Yeah.
I loved him, and I love Rick Griffin, man. Rick Griffin, some of the most craziest Grateful Dead art that's out there is done by Rick Griffin. He was the guy who did the cover of Iaxamoa or whatever the hell it is. But I loved his surfing. He always had kind of like a surfing theme in a lot of his art, right? Like he had the one with the skeleton on the surfboard, right? And he's got the tiki around his neck, and the wave looks like the state of California. That was the summer tour shirt from 1986. I got it over in the closet here somewhere. Anyway, I wanted to quote Jerry Garcia since we're talking, since I'm talking about the Grateful Dead. So Jerry used to say um, that recording an album in the studio is like building a ship in a bottle, but playing live music is like being on a rowboat on the ocean.
Right.
It's like- so, I mean, yeah, there's just endless possibilities, right? It just keeps going forever.
Yeah.
And it was different every time they did it. They could never do it the same way they cut it in the studio. So it's no, mistake or anything that art isn't something that can be reproduced time and time again. It's different every time. And the beauty, like you were pointing out earlier, is in the interpretation, right? So the more abstract, the more wider it could be interpreted, right? And just when you think about like, again, that's the experience of art. That's what really moves people around art because two people can look at the same thing and see completely different things, right?
Yeah.
And Colin's like that with
Like
me.
when they're reporting an accident.
Well, it's like that with music all the time too. Like people have different heuristic experiences throughout their life, and so the way I might hear a piece of music, I might be listening to the drummer and the bass player keeping the groove, where someone might be listening to the melody. It's just so many layers of creativity happening, and yeah, this is what
It
makes the human
it
experience extra special.
well,
Yeah.
it feels like they are little thermometers that allow to show us that we are not experiencing the same thing
No,
almost ever. Even though we kind of, for our comfort, try to make it be like, yeah, we're all like experiencing the same reality. And it's in that sort of going off to, not to dwell on the Grateful Dead, but the Grateful Dead and Fish scene where the art was super important. The posters and the postcards and all that art and the album covers. Because when I got into it, kind of making me feel old, it was albums. I didn't buy Grateful Dead tapes. I traded Grateful Dead bootlegs, but I had albums. I had all these albums. That's how I got into
Yeah.
music. My dad had a amazing 1970s, late 60s record collection, which I still have. It's literally on the other side of my computer monitor here. But old Zeppelin and Clapton with a variety of bands from Cream to Disraeli Gears to whatever. I listened to all of this stuff. And eventually, and funny enough, the Grateful Dead are certainly not known for their production, in albums. That's not what's popular. You don't go to Dead shows and someone's like, yeah, I got the, so and so album on right now. It was always bootlegs. It was always tapes of such and such a show on such and such a board. And I had access to the board. And this is it's a soundboard quality bootleg. The art was really important. It definitely was a big part of what pulled me into it. The constant, I think also people that like that type of thing are the type of people who love to collect, who love
just the way we used to consume music. I mean, Mark, I remember the day that Shakedown Street came out in 1978. You had to know. I mean, we were on this mailing list, so we knew that they have an album coming out. It was kind of like you had to go to the record store that day, buy the record, bring it home, smoke some weed, put the headphones on, and look at that album cover as you're listening to the record for the first time, right? And it was just such a treasured experience that we completely don't have today, right? Now everything is a soundbite. Every marginal artist with an Instagram feed or page is, so yeah, look at that.
Yeah, like,
This was
dude,
the era of great music, man. They don't make album rock like that anymore. We're so lucky that we lived during that period of time, right?
totally. I mean, coming up as a young aspiring designer, like people like Klarwein, which is a German painter. He did the Bitches Brew cover, and
Yeah.
there was an era of like Weather Report, Miles, Herbie, Fleetwood Mac. Like, look at that. Like this, it's just incredible. All of it. Like there was a moment of storytelling that went beyond the music. That you're right, Mark. Like we were just sitting there and you're looking at it and you're like thinking of the tracks and you're like, man, you're experiencing the visual aspect of it.
And who's old enough to remember Cheech and Chong's album when it came out? Big
I have
Bamboo
it.
had a big fucking rolling
I have
case
it.
in it.
I
And
have
we
it. I
fucking
have the rolling
smoked
paper.
that motherfucking joint while we were listening to that record, just dying of fucking
Dude.
laughter, man. The Cheech
But
and
all-
Chong
Dude,
records and the
it's
George
another
Carlin
cool thing.
records.
It's
Yeah.
another cool thing. Album art was special, and who knows how this may or may not inspire you, Mossy. But holy shit, wouldn't it be cool to have like a 4-hour album of like a Hash Church episode with like an epic fucking album? I'll just never forget rolling joints on albums. And yes, it's fucking cheesy, but like how easy it was to separate the seeds with the help of the
separating
priest.
seeds,
Yeah.
right?
It was just
Oh.
like, it's funny, man. You never knew how lucky we had it that this quality and caliber of music that came in through invention and creativity, so it was never stifled by a CFO, right? Once the CFO gets in there, the chief financial officer, it's like, listen, we're going to need to change this up. Go ahead, Mossy.
Yeah, so I can chime in from my perspective here, because this is what I see with legacy weed and corporate weed. I work a lot with guys from the legacy market, from the underground. And when I work with the underground or even with La Creme Gracia, the art is so important. I work with French cultivator La Chanvrière, who of course, most people know him in Europe, and he makes incredible products. He's an incredible hash maker. And I did a project for him last year. We have become great friends. I truly respect him as a father, as a family man, as a hash maker, as a grower. But he wanted my art to be part of his cultivation, his harvest, his products. And with him, there's a synergy. With Stefan, there's a synergy of I do my work, I do it to my fullest capabilities, and La Chanvrière does it, and Stefan does his stuff. And together we make something beautiful. And there is no CFO jumping in, oh no, we can't do this because of this license, blah, blah, blah. No, there's complete freedom, complete creative expression. And that's why, and that saddens me that you guys talk about the album covers and how that's disappearing. I see this happening in cannabis as well. Cannabis and art go hand in hand, hand in hand. You toke up, you get high, and you want something visual. You want to listen to beautiful music. You want your senses stimulated. So art is a no-brainer. And nowadays we have the weed experiment going on in the Netherlands where it's government weed basically. And we have all great cultivators that are part of this, and they're doing it with their best intentions, and it's their only way to work in a legal market. But packaging cannot be made beautiful. There is no artistic expression on after the harvesting process, and I think there's a huge part missing there
They
because
do it on purpose.
I know
They confirm with you that it's a huge part missing. It's not accidental. It is absolutely on purpose. Canada did the same thing. Look at
It's
this
such
horrible
a
fucking
shame.
packaging. Look at this just bullshit packaging.
Makes me cry
Of
because
course.
there's such a huge part missing. It's the growers. It's that work. How do you say that? With their full might to produce something beautiful. To get a plant to grow to full maturity, harvest it, and make beautiful products out of it. And then there's an artist that's put to work that makes that plant have a beautiful house. And of course, marketing now, design is way overdone too. Like it can go overboard where it's too much branding and there's no substance to it. But when it's a beautiful organically grown product, also packaged by an artist that spent time on a beautiful packaging, you have something that double so powerful. And it's so sad to see that disappearing.
I agree. It's unfortunate. Go ahead, Etienne.
Well, you're carrying on a tradition, as I just showed before, of, artists delving into, the cannabis world, and there's very few ones, and those that are iconic in
Yeah.
the sense that, your art is very iconic in the sense that, it's very intricate. There's a lot involved in a frame. You don't leave any negative space unturned. And I love that and appreciate that as a former printmaker, lithographer myself. Is, I'm given a frame that I have to fill, and then not only that, then I have to fill it with color. So I also know how hard that is to do, to lay out, to create, to start from concept, to execute. And I met your wonderful wife, I met your wonderful child, also there in Barcelona. And how do you balance, in the sense, I know when, I think Colin will agree, there's a point where you can be creative, and there's a time when you just hit a wall, right? Where you're just like, oh shit, I gotta walk away, right? But that's usually a long time in, whereas you have a child and you have to balance raising a child and also this creative tundra that you're pulling out of, your brain and putting onto paper. So how do you balance that creativity and life balance as well as raising a child?
2 children, actually.
Two children. All right.
Yeah, I got a son. His name is Boris. He's 2.5, and my daughter will turn 7 in October, Leia. And
Is
yeah,
Boris like 4 feet tall right now?
he's a true Boris. He's a big fella. Yeah, yeah. Blonde
Very good.
hair, just yeah. He's a burly guy. Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah. And but it's a lot of discipline. Very structured days. I don't go to events that much. Things like like Spanibus is for me. It doesn't happen that much. I got to be in the studio. My days are spent. I'm here at 9. I leave at 5, so I work a regular 9 to 5. I'm at home. I eat dinner with the family. I want to be present as a father. I think that's the most important thing. But that balance is continually re-navigated because it sometimes I get way into my work And then my wife will reel me back in, and she does a great job with that. And we just had summer, so I was there with the family, and I have to take the rest in order to get back into a project like the Grand History of Cannabis, which is almost all consuming. But it's pure structure and discipline that makes this work. And I've been doing it for a while, and I've been with my wife for a long time, and she's been with me through the years where I wasn't making any money. I remember my first time going to Spanibus in, I think it was 2013. Nobody knew who I was.
I was
And
there.
I didn't know who you were back then. Like I was blue. I knew I wanted to do something with cannabis, because I felt that as an artist, usually artists are sucked up by advertising industries and they have to use their art to sell questionable products. I figured if I start using my art as marketing, I might as well use it towards something that I believe in, which is this cannabis plant. And slowly but surely, I worked out a name for myself within this industry. And by the grace of people like you having me on, meeting you, Etienne, Stefan, all these people that have given me an opportunity to make art, now I'm here and it's starting to work. It is working. And but the balance, Etienne, is sometimes very difficult. And I also sometimes I can get depressed. I have a dark mind that sometimes pops up and makes me not able to do this work. And I sometimes not present with my children. And that sometimes so I do a lot of work on myself as well. I talk to the psychologist. I make sure that I take my rest. I make sure that I'm kind to my children. I make sure that I don't make this persona that I've created the most important thing in my life.
That's important.
Oh man, because it's so easy
Very important.
to this persona because oh look, it's Mossy Giant. He's an artist. He can draw really well, and it's
Mhm.
a lot of the
It's a
ego.
double-edged sword because it's the very thing that you want people to catch on to, the mossy giant, right? It's
Yep,
catchy, it's your artist name, but then you're right, you really have to balance it with family in a very important way that the whole reason you're doing this in the first place is a lot of it has to do with them, I'm sure.
absolutely.
I would say when my son let me rephrase that. How I see the attack on creativity today is through a lack of boredom. All the places you're supposed to be bored, there's now like a screen for you to be able to like watch really like bam, 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 bam. And depending on your algorithm, it's going to hit so it like releases serotonin like every time. It's just gonna be like, oh yeah, like let's
We are
get this going on.
run the fuck out as a society.
Yeah, people need to be bored. I tell my son all the time, you need to be bored. And I'm telling you, creativity is born of boredom, right? The kid's sitting around his room who picks up the guitar and just starts plucking or starts drawing or singing or whatever it is. Those cognitive activities are often birthed out of like boredom
I
because the TV and the phone and the iPad will steal those moments.
well, and now
Stolen focus.
you even have another like incredible movement going on, and I say incredible with all the it's all the development of artificial intelligence nowadays. It's not going to go away. I think I have to accept that this technology will be around us. It will be implemented in every facet of our lives. But having an algorithm create art, write poetry, write stories for mankind, that is scary shit to me. Because that's the things that, playing, making music, drawing, whether that's professionally or just for fun, just because you really like doing it. Uh, um, that stuff shouldn't be done by machines. That should be done by humans. And nowadays, like when you go back to the marketing too, like you have brands just slapping AI generated art on packaging and calling it their own. And I'm just gonna keep grinding. I try not to think about it. I think I've
Yeah.
created enough of a brand for myself to not be affected by it, but I see this happening left and right. Artist friends, musicians being left out in the cold because
I often think it's part of our nature. I often think that whoever we are, we've probably done this to our creator. And now this thing that we're birthing is going to do it to us. We're
Yeah.
in this fractal, and we may have done this 1,000 times over already. We may be 1,000 cycles deep into the thing that I just explained. I think of it a lot, particularly under the influence of psychedelics. I like to think of that thought and just because it changes how I look at it. It changes the frame. Because I totally hear where you're coming from. It's like we can't. It's kind of like they took our jobs. The AI is coming in to take our jobs, and it is. It's true. Like holy shit. But I do feel that it seems to be this very strange human nature of
And
yeah,
it's technology that's being created for exponential growth. It's
yeah.
making
Well,
us
they don't
so.
even know. Listen, they have no idea what they're creating. I can
No, but
promise you that.
why does everything have to be more efficient, faster, cost less money, make more money? And that's what these technologies do. And
Yeah.
there's no time. I'm speaking to growers. I'm speaking to hash makers here. It's a process that takes time. It's a process that you have to learn through experience, through putting
Yeah.
in hours and hours by failing,
Of
and now you have
course.
people saying, "Yeah, but I'm a prompt engineer." Like, no, the fuck you aren't.
I'm a prompt engineer.
What do you mean? I had a guy really talk. No, but I make my own art. I know I write sometimes 100 prompts. Like, dude, you're not doing anything. When you are growing, like you first, when you pop your first seed, you don't know what you're doing. And the next time your next cycle, you know that you might have to put some perlite into your soil because it loosens it up.
Totally.
And
Yeah.
maybe add a little bit of compost tea to your soil because the plants like that. And then the next cycle, you might say, I might invest into some CO2 into my grow room. And you get better and better and better. But only through
Yeah.
trial and by investing time, you can get better. And yeah, it
Well,
just
that's how, but here's the thing. If you read Art Bell's book, he wrote a book years ago called The Quickening. And it's all the concept is really about how time is quickening. And
yeah.
there's a metaphor where they take a plate and they like roll it on a table and it's kind of going wah wah, wah wah, wah wah. And he's like, this was time like 1,000 years ago. This is the rate at which information was transferred. And then it started, getting a little closer. It was like wah wah, wah wah, wah wah, wah wah. And he's like, this is like 50 years ago, how much information. And then it's getting even faster. It's like wah 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 wah. And he's like, this is like today. And then right before it stops, if you do that to a plate, it goes right at the end before it stops. And he's like, and that's where we're heading with time. And the concept is pretty intense. I think it's part of our I think it's built into us, man. I don't know if this is a program or not. It seems to be just part of the human race is like wants to build rocket ships, wants to do whatever it is, they want to do it faster and get bigger returns. And I don't know if that's just, it's like the monkey experiment where they put the monkey in the cage and there was a little handle. And if you pulled the handle 5 times, a little piece of food would fall out. Um, but he had to put a coin in, or he'd get a coin from the food. No, he'd pull the handle, a coin would come out, and then he'd put the coin in the machine and the food would come out. And it took him a few days to figure it out. But after a very short period of time, because for a while he just worked that handle for like 10 seconds, eat and relax. But then, like 3 or 4 or 5 days into the experiment, he was like, I'm just going to work this handle all day. And he'd work the handle for hours and collect a bunch of coins. And then he could just put coin in after coin in and eat lots of food. And then when they put a monkey who had never been in his cage, and that monkey went and touched the money, he killed it. And this was like completely like, this was the nature of, I think part of being in the food chain is so fucking intense. The anxiety that you live in when you're a part of the food chain is very intense. I'm sure that must have been our original trauma. The real true trauma of like what's scarier really than you or your kids getting eaten alive. Seems to me it would be high up on the list of anxieties if we weren't in the food chain anymore. Because for the most part, we've removed ourselves from that food chain. And then I guess we still have an anxiety button. So we still got to work that anxiety button, and we do it for all sorts of other, silly reasons. I think you'll survive the AI, Mossy Giant. I think the thing that the AI won't have behind the art, and who knows, I could be wrong, is the personality, the quirks, and the what makes you. Art is the same thing, whether it's music, whether it's, everyone wants to have that breakthrough. And a lot of times when you want to break through, be inspired by an artist or another, like a Jerry Garcia, a lot of people will emulate those artists. But the lesson in art is that nobody can do you better than you. And you're the only you there is, or ever will be, or ever has been. So when you think on that scale, the whole trip for art is to tap into your authenticity, because that is the most valued energy that exudes human beings, is authenticity. If you can just be real, people are like, I don't know what it is about that guy, man, but I like him. It's like, yeah, dude, he's fucking authentic.
Yeah. Yeah. I try to follow my own path every day, and I fail and I succeed. And I like I said, I'm not trying to think about AI too much, or because I can't control it. It's going to roll out no matter what. And I think if I stay true to my path and true to what I believe in, if I work with people that I enjoy, if money doesn't become the main motivator, then I think I'll be fine. And
Yeah.
even if the ship burns, I'll still be fine, because I'm still alive. I got two beautiful kids and a loving wife. I think I can also survive without the identity of Mossy Giant. That's what I'm trying to think on nowadays too.
Absolutely. Well, that all sounds familiar and good, and I support everything you just said. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, sorry, it just came back, but the medium in which you're in is it's sort of, it's forever, AI or not, these are tools. I remember when I used to work on set for my uncle, loading mags of 35 millimeter film and rush them off to dailies after the shoot. That's no longer a thing. And there was
Yeah.
people up in arms that their jobs were going away.
Yeah.
Um, and then there was a big shift to digital. In animation, it was the same thing when After Effects and Cinema 4D and Maya and Smoke and Flame and all these applications came through. It's not that those people weren't needed in terms of stop motion animation. It's just that the tools were changing. So I think much like any medium, whether it's extraction, cultivation, there's always going to be a need for someone that is a human to be involved.
Yeah.
And I just think it's a very big conversation, but at the end of the day, we're going to need stories and we're going to need storytellers. And your work really speaks volumes on what you want to do with that. So it's, I appreciate the insights on how you go through process. What are some of the artists that you feel inspired by, if we didn't cover that?
Yeah, no, we didn't speak about that. So, since I'm a European, I'm Dutch. I was always influenced by French cartoons, comics, Dutch cartoons and comics. I was never into Marvel, never into DC Comics. People like Robert Crumb, the Freak Brothers, they came on my path way later. And it's the guys like Mobius, Jean Giraud from France, who made the Incal, just incredible work. Enki Bilal, and then you guys will probably not know this. It's all these Dutch comics that I grew up with, and that I've been copying as a kid, that developed my style. And then I don't think I've told this. I spent 6 years of my life in Evansville, Indiana. I went to school there. I moved to the United States when I was 18 to play collegiate basketball at a University of Evansville. And that's where I started studying graphic design and started realizing that my passion for basketball wasn't as big as it was for graphic design and drawing again. I'd been drawing all my life. My mom is an artist, so I was always in art, and then basketball took over. So I'm 6'11", so I used my height for good purpose. And it got me to the United States, and that's also where I first got in touch with cannabis. It's unbelievable. I come out of the Netherlands, and because I was an athlete, I was into high level sports. I'd never been in touch with cannabis until I got to the United States. So my first experience wasn't a joint with tobacco as they do here, but it was a glass bowl.
Lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And my first experience was a glass bowl in a room in the suburbs of Indianapolis. And that was after I was done playing basketball. So my experience with American comics and a Robert Crumb came when I was like 23 and was done with basketball. And people were saying, "Hey, man, your drawing style looks like Robert Crumb." And then I started getting into his work, seeing his legacy, and over the years started realizing that this man is an absolute legend. I think I'm not. I think he lives in France still to this day
I don't know
because
if he's still alive, but he is alive. That makes sense. But like honestly, it was funny when I was like thinking about asking you about this process. I was like, man, he must be really influenced by French surrealism and abstract art. You know what I mean? Because it's
Mobius.
that's
Mo
your that's your reference point. Mine is obviously American art, as I pointed out, Jim Pollock and R.
well,
Crumb.
and they're great. They're incredible.
For sure, but there's a big world, as you know, the audience should know. There's some
Uh,
incredible, deep.
Robert is alive. He's 81. He was
Yeah.
born in 43. In fact, it's his birthday in 6 days.
Your
Oh,
color palette reminds me a lot of Mobius. You're very sculptural in your visual representation, but your palette of color is very unique.
well, he, of course, like when I speak on Mobius or Jean Giraud, his real name, um, there is him, and then there's the rest of the world. Like he is like incredible. So, of course, art is also in a way stealing, practicing with the art behind closed doors, and then after you practice with those images of someone else, it becomes your own because you alter it in a way because you put your own sense into it. So of course there's all these elements that I over the years have collected that end up in my work. Like every drawing that I do, there is a new way of I find an artist that I like, oh man, he draws this eye really well. And then I try to implement it into my own work. So it's in a sense, I'm an AI machine grabbing stuff from everywhere and putting it into my own art. But that
Well,
I think normal, like I think with hash making and growing, you learn from your peers, you learn from your elders, you learn from the people that are around you, and everyone finds ways to do things differently. And that's also, I think, important to always have an open mind to input from other people that maybe have been doing it for a little bit longer than
dude,
you.
that's the key right there. Listen, I just decided in my backyard, because I've been cleaning up my yard, doing a lot of gardening, that I needed to plant some nice plants. And we have a couple hydrangeas back there that are pretty epic. So I go on my local Lions Bay neighbors website and we ask, hey, is anyone, growing hydrangeas in Lions Bay? I'd like to get some cuttings. Well, I meet the hydrangea queen of Lions Bay, who's been growing hydrangeas for 25 years, bro. She's got the most epic hydrangea garden in her backyard. Like it was shockingly beautiful. She had like 50 hydrangea trees of every shape and color and texture. And I was just completely blown away. And she's just like talking the entire time. She's just taking cuttings. She cut like 40 cuttings of hydrangeas and just jammed them into a 5-gallon bucket for me. I was holding this bucket and it was literally like these giant hydrangea flowers. And she's like, yeah, they're really easy. Just cut the flower off, cut these bottom leaves off, cut the bottom, and then cut up the middle. I was just like, so I planted 20 of them that same day in my backyard. I went and dug little holes. I filled it up with nice soil. I planted 20 hydrangeas, and snails have gotten a few of them. I still haven't pulled them because she said even when they look dead, they can grow shoots up from the bottom. So don't pull them. So I've got like 17 that are back there that are alive and three that are iffy right now. And it's just like what you said. It'll take me, with the help of Christine, the hydrangea queen, a lot less time, but it'll take me a long time to learn how to properly grow these hydrangeas. They're just not, they're just like anything. It takes time to learn. And I have probably like 250 different plants on my property that we care for that are not like, growing naturally in the forest or whatever. So it's a lot to care for.
Yeah, but it's I think through those 250 plants, you learn a lot.
Oh my God, dude. Like
Uh,
so much. We'll be learning a lot for
yeah.
a long time.
I think it's also with art, and I think also in cannabis you have this like artists, growers, cannabis figures, art figures can sometimes be complete assholes, big egos, find themselves
Mm,
so important. And I
yes.
think it's in art, I've had the luck of meeting people that have had some stature within the art scene, that accomplished something, that were living lives as an artist, that were very open to younger artists, and they were open to teach and share their knowledge, share their stories. And I think that's the attitude, because I've had people do that to me. I try to have the same attitude. When people come up to me and they want to know something, they want to learn about something. All right, let's have a conversation. I think in cannabis, it should be the same thing. I think don't have a big ego. Don't be an asshole to people that are coming up in the game, but embrace them, teach them what you know, and together we grow. And that might be a naive attitude, but I think that's the only way to move forward.
I don't think it's naive. I think it's totally possible. I think the funny situation is because that's what I like to do as often as possible. But the funny situation is you can interact with 1,000 people, 2,000 people at a cannabis cup or something, and you can just be on your best behavior for 14 hours a day, jet lag, not eating, not taking care of yourself, not sleeping properly. And on day 5, after giving out like a kilo of free bubble in dabs and ready to shut the table down, and you're kind of, the guy comes up and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, man, like it's yeah, we're just, we're done for the, what do you mean, man, I stood in line for fucking 25 minutes. And then that one moment you blow up and flip out on the guy, and then that's who you become. That's the story that becomes you, that is like, oh yeah, no, didn't you hear about how he tore strips off so and so? And it's just like, in reality, all you can do is your best every day, not worry about people who want to create narratives, usually competitors in the business. Cannabis is greasy like that, where there's a social poisoning that seems to get done, where it's like, well, it'll just be advantageous if I socially poison this group because they just happen to sell the same products as I do. And maybe I'll sell more of those products if I socially poison this group, which I never thought was a good idea. It seems like if you just promoted what your art, your product, your whatever it is that you're trying to release to the world, if you just focus on that, it would probably be you probably get better results.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree.
You know. Wow, baked out of my gourd. I hit a nice big rip of some fucking guava rosin. Mmm. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Aren't we lucky? Even the other day, I was out at this event with my wife, her friend's wedding anniversary or something. Friends that we've known for 35 years, and my wife even longer. And yeah, the vibes were pretty positive. Good food, good vibes. They had beautiful hydrangeas in the backyard. I noticed right away. Started
Peter, what do you,
focus.
When you're
Peter,
on,
what do you like to smoke on? You use you smoke cannabis, and of course it helps along with your inspiration. So, what varietals do you like or that pique your creativity?
Okay. I'm going to immediately say that I'm not an expert smoker. I am not a connoisseur. I actually had a message today from a good friend of mine who's one of the organizers of the Jack Herer Cup here in Holland, which is one of the cups that's being organized. It's gonna it will be held in 2 weeks. And he asked me, "Hey, Pete, you want to be Mossy? You want to be a judge?" And I've never done that because I don't want to proliferate myself as a judge because I'm an artist. I use cannabis as an inspiration. I'm a daily smoker, but I'm not I wouldn't say I'm a connoisseur. And then he said to me, like, but we think that's great because it's good to have not the connoisseur, but a consumer aspect to the judging. So then I was like, all right, I'll do that. That's great. But for example, what I have here and what I'm about to light up is from the Dizzy Duck, and that is, and you guys are gonna churn in your graves. It's tobacco with isolator. That's one of my vices. I really enjoy this. I am a European at heart, and I like to. This is what I like to smoke, but I don't do this often because I know the effect of tobacco. I enjoy my high intensity Skittles out of a bowl in the evening or during the day while I'm working. And then when I get home and when the kids are in bed, me and my wife smoke another few bowls. She'll hit the vaporizer and then it's off to bed. So I would say I'm a daily consumer, but I'm not a incredibly large amount consumer. There's even periods where when I deal with depression that I don't smoke at all because I want to feel, I don't want to numb the feeling and make sure that I am in touch with whatever's going on in my mind or in my body.
Well, remember what Indra said. It's hard to feel bad when you feel good.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so true.
It's hard to feel bad when you feel good. It's the
Yeah.
truth is right. I hope Indra's doing okay out there. I know he's having a rough go, having operations and cancers, and I think he even got into a car accident or fell downstairs or some other. He just kept sending me pictures all bruised up in a hospital bed. I felt so terrible for him. He was always such a character on Hash Church. So yeah.
It's a good question you ask it, Jen, because uh, for me, cannabis has been part of my life for such a long time, and I sometimes feel that I'm an odd guy out because when I go to events, I always feel pressure in a way of like, oh, you got to smoke so much, and I smoke whatever I can smoke, but I have friends around me that they can put it down, and I sometimes feel inferior. And that's something strange that happens when I go to events or go out in public. I'm very private when it comes to that.
Mm.
I like to be in my studio and be at the house. That to me is
It
my sweet spot.
as I've learned, it's okay to say no. One of the things I've learned is, you go to events and a lot of people do recognize us at cannabis events, which is fine. And people have gifts, and then people want to smoke, and everybody wants to smoke with you. And it's okay to say no. It's okay to say, "Hey, I'm there," or I'm not in that headspace. But I had to
It's
learn that
also okay to
myself.
smoke them under the table.
Well,
True, but it's okay to not in cases too, because I've done both. You know what I'm saying? And
Absolutely, you
I
have.
enjoy both too, because if we don't, then we have this conversation, we engage. I still want to give people time and engage because people are naturally curious.
yeah.
But yeah, it's okay to say no, Peter, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, oh, it's good to hear that from you. And because it is true what you're saying. When I go to, for example, Spanibus and I'm at La Creme Gracia and the events going on, there's everybody wants to speak. And I sometimes even don't have time to smoke because there's so much conversation.
Dude, you don't have to smoke because if you're in any place in Barcelona that's like a
Yeah.
cannabis club, you're smoking like a dozen cigarettes every 10 minutes. You're smoking joints and hash. And I will tell you that this is my one point of contention with even David at HQ has done an incredible job. The HVAC system he put in there is crazy. Yet it's still
Yeah.
super smoky when you walk in. Not as bad as a lot of the places, but You know, now that Spanibus is moving out of Barcelona, it'll be interesting to see if I end up back in that city. I hope I do because I quite loved it and spent, 20 years visiting it and had a lot of good times and met some amazing people. Yeah, it's just I guess it is what it is. Welcome to Josh and Kelly, Dragonfly Earth Medicine in the house.
I
Good
think
morning, family.
I think you guys visited La Creme Gracia in
Yes,
Barcelona.
of course.
Yeah. I remember the videos. I saw that. I wasn't there, but I saw that you guys came by. That's because of Edu. You are friends with Edu, huh?
Yes, yeah. Ada is a spectacular human, and
Yeah,
we
he is.
love him.
Yeah, blue eyes. It's
Blue
incredible.
Eyes. I met Edu maybe 10 years ago, and he was like a young new hash maker. And I went to HQ and met him, and we made hash together with Jibs from Colorado. And I don't know if Ken Wall was there, but David was definitely there. We made hash in HQ, and HQ is like less than a year old at that point in time.
That's
Yeah,
really cool.
yeah. And Edu is running the club now. He's
Yeah,
really
I
doing
heard he bought into it.
tremendous
He
job.
was,
Yeah.
yeah, we were talking to him at Berlin, and we had a really nice interview with him as well there. And yeah, he told us about just becoming part of the business. And
I am so happy that he's part of it because he understands what we're doing and he is, he has experience. He is a great hash maker. He really lives this life, and I think he's a great ambassador for us in the club. And I think that he enjoys fulfilling that role. And for example, bringing you guys in, he has so many contacts that he's just bringing over and sharing the work with and sharing the club with and his story. So it's really cool to have him be part of it.
And in all honesty, I mean, the location of where La Creme Gracia is in the Gracia neighborhood, but also just that specific street in that area. I mean, there's so many good restaurants, there's so many good bakeries and cafes and stuff right there. It's so fun walking around. And then the energy of inside with all the art and the mossy giant art and the way that it's curated, even from the menu standpoint, looking at the menu. And also, I would say that the people in the neighborhood, and the people that come into La Creme Gracia is a spectacular group. They're just, it's eclectic. It's a group
Yeah.
of people from all over. And Edu does an amazing job. But he knows everything there is to know about the hash, the strains, and it is cool that he's Spanish. Like, you know
Yes.
what I mean? Everyone's
Catalan.
from
Catalan
Italy.
guy. Yeah.
Everyone's from Italy and all these other places, but he's like the one like Barcelona guy, that stands out, I would say.
Yeah,
So
he's a true Catalan and he knows how to speak it, he knows the culture, and it's great to have him on
Did
board.
you did you guys meet in Barcelona, Josh? You met Mossy?
no.
No.
Okay. Okay, cool. Well, now you're on a panel with them.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, thank you so much for the work, and I have like one of the books, the book that
Yeah.
that we got. We didn't get into. Maybe we got that, and then the small Mexican book as well.
And maybe the print.
There's I guess maybe it's like a pamphlet or a smaller.
The leaflet for the expo. The
That's
book's
what it is.
we're gonna start working on the book next month, so it'll be out soon.
Amazing work. I mean, honestly, captivating, and that whole lit up
Yeah.
art wall when you walk in. I mean, yeah, I mean it's psychedelic in itself,
Yeah.
just and I think the way that the art that you do the art and on all the art and everything is just that it captivates the spirit of things. You know what I mean? It's not just art or it's not just cartoons. It's upholding energy. And when you see like a lot of the depictions and a lot of ways you've tied the story together through that, it's spectacular. It's something that we really loved. I think from growing up and going to festivals throughout the years, I really love that storytelling art.
Yeah.
Like that, and nothing captivates things like that. So
Well,
excellent.
thank you very much. I can sleep happy tonight. Yeah, that's great, man.
Most
Yeah.
definitely.
What I like too is what you said about the club, about that it's an eclectic vibe. I guess it's also a place where a lot of women come. Women feel safe. It's also sometimes these clubs in Spain, they can be very dark and an atmosphere,
Smoky.
and it's when you go to La Creme, there's elderly sitting there, there's young people, there's men, women, everything walks through that door, and that shows that there's a good atmosphere. Everybody's welcome. It's also very much a locals club.
Yeah.
That the Spanish, the Catalan come. It's not a tourist. More tourism is coming now because of the project, but it's a club always for the members and for the locals.
It would be so much nicer if they didn't burn tobacco in those clubs. Like I can't even last 5 minutes in those clubs, man. I'm in for 5 minutes and I'm like, I have to go have a migraine headache now. And I just couldn't
Honestly, Marcus,
believe.
you just need to toughen up. You just need to drink some tobacco juice, and you just need to toughen up, and you need to get out
Dude,
there.
I
do the
honestly can't
Europe.
believe I couldn't believe you guys could spend as much time as you did in those places inhaling radium 226. Because
Well,
that shit, I'm just sensitive to it. I really am. I am sensitive to it.
we have this funny theory, like we're like as natural as we could be. You know what I mean? We're drinking water out of the mountain. You know what I mean? We're just in the dirt, all this stuff, good food.
That's what I mean.
But, you know, like we live on Earth and it's a crazy thing, you know, but like when you get out into the city and you get out into the things, you just feel like, wow, like it's live or die.
I think
you know?
I
And
think
I'm out here
Barcelona
trying to
would do
live,
well.
and I just want to be able to like move through shit, you know. And I don't know, there's something that
Can I ask you a question?
yeah.
What, Marcus, and you, what type of places you have a lot? You live in nature, fully. Wow, man.
Yeah.
I can't even
Oh, yeah.
imagine. Like you're
In the forest with the bears and the cougars and the coyotes.
Marcus has a really beautiful type of nature in his area. He's a little closer like to the city. There's a lot more people out there. And I won't describe Marcus's area, but the Sea to Sky Highway and the whole like Vancouver to Whistler and it's insane. And all the ferries, all the water, like it's truly magnificent. Our area is like just super far away. Everything is just hours away, and we live on the edge of a wilderness. So I would say the West Kootenays is much more of like it's not lots of people. It's more just land and animals and stuff. And then the people here are like super hardy, pretty activist driven type of people, because you can't just move here. Like it's not just you don't just get a job, you know what I mean? Like you have to be something, you know, to make it work, you know. And so it is in the end, you know, if you find someone that's lived here for 20 or 30 years, like who knows where they could be from Sweden, they could be from America, Ottawa, who knows, you know. But they chose to move here to live like an intentional life, and that's what's really kind of makes this area pretty sweet, you know. And it was a bunch of weed growers back in the day. It's always been a weed spot, you know. It's basically, we just don't like rules out here. Like you don't move far away out in the mountains to follow a bunch of rules. Like the whole entire purpose of being out here is like, okay, I can make a lot of my own choices out here. You know, what do I want to do? And that's where we're at.
That's incredible.
And yet you guys have a certification that is kind of rules to follow, that if you don't follow them, you lose your certification. So therein lies the hypocrisy. We're all just living in it. It's impossible to escape it. And so for me, I just can't inhale the radium 226. I wish I could. I wish I could. I think Barcelona would crush with us with a dab only venue. Not even joints, just like, hey, you just come in here and experience what it would be like to hang out with a bunch of people for a couple hours and get high and leave and not feel like a little, whatever that feeling is that gets into your clothes and your hair and your.
That's utopia for you, man. Because that in Europe, I don't think it will ever happen. The Spanish, they love their porro too much.
Dude, Spain's the first place I ever saw someone smoking 2 cigarettes at once. I saw lots of them lighting their cigarette from the butt, and this dude that I was hanging out with, he lit one too early, and then he was like, oh, so he's just smoking both of them. But listen, I will never forget the day that you couldn't smoke indoors in Holland anymore.
Yeah.
Because I remember going for breakfast in Amsterdam back in the 90s and just like trying to eat my breakfast, and people are just like, fucking chuffing cigarettes like a motherfucker. And I'm just like, oh my God. Unfortunately, I wish I wasn't sensitive to it. I really wish I wasn't, because for a long time, it was like the bane of my existence. Concerts, anything. Going to a show in America, Marlboros and Camels, I was just like, what is that? Like, holy shit.
Hey,
Hey, welcome, Kelly.
high sensitivity to it. Yeah,
I'm really
Yeah.
good. It's nice to see everybody today.
Yeah, you
Always,
guys as well.
always nice to be on here. Yeah, I love the conversation about the rules. I think it's so, so true.
They're guidelines.
Basically, we all have our own guidelines, and you follow your
Compass.
guidelines and whatever works for you. And I really loved, I've been following that just to try to care less.
Like Marcus, you were talking about that as well.
Just care
Less fucks.
less.
Give less fucks. I don't have as many fucks
Give more
left to
fucks,
give.
but don't care as much.
There you go. I
Just-
like that.
Sorry.
Josh. Is
But,
Dr.
yeah.
David Allen in here?
Hey, Marcus, I want to agree with you in a big way, though. Like, it would be really amazing, especially for people like us, to be able to go to like Barcelona or anywhere in Europe, like anywhere, and have like a fully tobacco-free spot where you could just embody the health and wellness that we're talking about, like with amazing food, like your whole model that you did before with the food and all that, like with, oh, good job, Colin. That looks nice. You got some outdoors going on there.
Mm-hmm. This is Lemon G, and this is the original Diesel.
amazing.
Yeah, just starting to flower. They really reek. It's kind of awesome.
Already.
Yeah, already. It's kind of awesome. It's just great. I love this plant.
Do you
Yeah.
find that the flavor comes on more at the very end?
The original Diesel, for some reason, to me, is just like the most ranky skunk plant that I've grown, just personally. But yeah, I think it really rounds out even more so. Now the sour takes yeah, you get into the 10-week round, and that's where it starts to really show its flavor. But yeah, and then the Lemon G, I'm like really impressed with the structure of this. It's been such a long time since I've grown this. It's a beautiful plant. So yeah.
What's it growing in?
Living soil, using
seed?
just amendments, and I'm actually using the Dragonfly Earth Medicine Fat Flower, and the Natural Mystic right now.
Nice.
And that's the only thing that they've received to date, other than water. And some manure, just a chicken manure if that's locally sourced, and then a compost that I do. So, but yeah,
Love that. I feel
Yeah.
like the more that we, give roots into the ground like that, and the least amount of amendments that we add, and the more that we're building our soil and feeding our soil, it really, really does pay off. This year, all of our greenhouses, we didn't tea not one time. We barely watered the entire summer. We didn't add any amendments. We didn't even really trim up the plants. We didn't really even do much other than love them and put a lot of great pollinators around them. We saw zero pests. When we saw aphids come in, they came in for like, it felt like 2 minutes, and all of the wasps and everything got them. It's just incredible when you are just sort of standing back and allowing nature to do its process, because it really does have an entire process. Even the tiniest microbes play such a huge, massive role, in the same way that the tiniest predators will play the most incredible role. I just can't even. Yeah, your garden looks gorgeous, and I just continue to think that this plant is really educating us and bringing us more and more closer to nature, so that we have a better understanding of where we fit in to this whole schism of the world, whatever it is. Colin,
Yeah.
beautiful. I love it.
Thanks. Yeah, love you guys.
We say we don't like add anything to our soil, but I think we don't really know what we do to our soil. I think we have so much growing and so much going on. We're pulling, we're dropping, we're putting things to the side. We've figured out the cover cropping with flowers where we're just like it's year to year. So we have like abundant flower seeds and we just throw them out, you know, in the fall, and then they're already growing in the spring with zero effort. We also chip fresh wood, stuff like deciduous trees, meaning like birch or alder or vine maple, Douglas maple, and poplar, ones that are leafy, but also when they're green and you chip them and you put it on your soil, it's got more cambium layer than cellulose layer. And it's called ramial chipped wood instead of just regular chipped wood. So ramial chipped wood is like a nutrient for your soil, and it adds and brings fungi, major fungi to your soil, which has the indirect effect of immune boosting to your plant, meaning it keeps powdery mildew and stuff away when you have a fungal rich soil. You know,
Yeah.
there's just more troops, let's just say, in the soil, you know, building up the plant. And so we've found it, and this is like a year-long process. It's not like you throw your wood chips on and next thing you know, 10 minutes later, you know, everything's cool. It's something that happens in the fall, you know, like we always say, our regenerative farm starts at the harvest, you know, because at the harvest, you're immediately thinking about next year, you know, you're just all the harvest, everything goes on the soil, you know, and then it has a chance to replenish or whatever. And then that
Yeah.
just, it adds a huge amount to the soil. And I think that's like a basically just a thing that we just live now with over the years, and we think, oh, we're not doing anything here, but we kind of are doing a lot in a way.
And some of the very, very best ramial chips that you can get on the entire West Coast is blackberry vines. So I just really want to let everyone know, a lot of times those noxious weeds, if you chip them up and you just make sure that they're not going to reroot, you know, just in a little zone or area, and you put any of those noxious bushes or you know, chip them up, because they've got incredible amounts of growth hormones. So not only is the ramial chips well nutrients, but they also have a tremendous amount of growth hormones, which is what we love for our ganja, because, you know, the soil just really loves that as well.
And there's a lot of like Scotch broom and
Yeah,
clear
another
cuts
one,
out here.
that's amazing.
Scotch broom is like, oh, everyone hates Scotch broom. I'm like, well, that's fine, but like it has a lot of silica and it has a lot of growth hormones in it as well. And it's free, it's everywhere, you know, and you got to get rid of it. So
yeah,
it's amazing.
And that's all over, all of the brooms are all over Europe. We saw tons of brooms. That's just something that you can actually make directly and just chop up, and it creates incredible soil.
Beautiful.
So-
I got a big
can
old
I
broom
ask
plant
you
that
a
needs to
question?
go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm interested in here because you say you put everything on top after each harvest. So the goal here is to create a continuous new humus layer. Are you guys ever tilling this soil? Is this just built on top of each other in a layer cake, so to speak?
Yeah, we just keep layering. Just whenever, you know, it's a lot of lop and drop, pull and drop. We're really into overgrowing the system. And like Josh said, we grow a tremendous amount of flowers, because then different pollen sizes draw different types of pollinators. And when you have a lot of different types of pollinators, then you have a lot of different types of predators to help with all of the different types of pests or pathogens that you might have on your plants. So as our plants grow up, we just rip out all of the flowers,
Which is a type of
and
tilling.
lop and drop. Yeah, so the
Pulling
tilling
out a
is-
weed, like it makes a hole in the soil.
Yeah.
You know, water goes in the hole.
Yeah, so it is a little bit of a tilling, because you're always pulling it out and dropping it. So throughout the summer, we're dropping all fresh flowers, and it turns into soil, you know, within 4 or 5 days. Very quickly, it rots and turns into soil. And then as the plants start to become more finished towards the end, we start clearing out more and more underneath the plants. There's more and more clearing out. So there's more aeration that comes in, you know, so that we're not having any stagnation below the plants. But during the vegetation time, boy, plants really love to grow around a lot of other plants. They get really big and vigorous, and they'll try to almost outgrow the plants around them. So giving them a little bit of competitiveness with other plants around them, we've really found has produced some tremendously vigorous as well as healthy plants.
Wow.
And also, this is an outdoor greenhouse light depping,
Yeah.
you know, scenario. You know, if indoors living soil, you know, you change that up a little bit, you know, like too much mulch, maybe too much humidity, maybe too much potentially even molding going on in the mulch indoors. You have to, you know, and if you're mulching, there's mulching and there's cover cropping. You know, if you have a ton of mulch, you really can't cover crop. If you have like some mulch with some holes in it, like weeds come up through the cover crop, you know what I mean? Sorry, weeds, cover crop would come up through the mulch. So you can have like both going on, you know, so it's, depending on your system, you and how much raw materials you have available to you, like you could over mulch the system and let it sit, and then in the spring come back and wow, that's probably your best. And then again, it freezes down to -20 here in the winter, so there isn't any cover crop that lives through the winter in our area. So if we want a cover crop, we have to start cover crop like the minute the snow melts or as soon as the ice melts. You know, you can grow a cover crop, and we're talking like middle of March, you could plant a cover crop, and then by April or May, you could put it in. But honestly, like if you have a sweet regenerative system in the ground, like there's zero need for cover crops because weeds, you can't stop the weeds from coming in, and the weeds are more diverse than whatever cover crop you can get heady. Oh, I'm gonna get clover and I'm gonna all this stuff, but honestly, like dandelions and plantains and feverfew and everything's growing in our thing. I mean, that's amazing diversity. Yellow dock, like it's all incredible diverse. So a regenerative farm after years and years, it's almost like it's hard as hell to keep it from growing. You know, it's everything's fertile. So it's like it's part of the system now is
And
to
I wanted to
manage
just
the system.
mention super quick is that just like Josh said, depending on where it is that you live, if you live in a very dry, arid conditions, you don't want any soil to be showing. And there needs to be mulch and greenery on top of it at all times so that you're keeping your microbiology alive. But if you're living up in, say, BC or up in Alaska and the fall rains come and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, we've got a lot of water. You want to start clearing it so that soil can actually breathe. You don't want a lot of mulch on top of the soil. So it really is dependent on where you live and just paying attention to the soil. You know, I just think that raising soil is raising soil, and it's nice to look at it like that.
I like it. I like it. I have been doing endless amounts of gardening at my house, and it's been quite fun to be dirty and scratched and bleeding in my soil. Like I've spilled real blood in my soil. It's good. It's good fun.
Get the hands. Yeah, nice.
Yep, those are the gardening hands. I just washed mine, but they were looking very similar.
I just washed mine too.
Nice.
It doesn't come off. You have to soak it like for like half an hour. And then you're like, do I want to clean this? I don't know if I want to clean all this out. This is kind of like my protection here.
Maybe just keep it. Yeah, it's your layer.
Yeah, it doesn't really come off until you start washing the bags in the fall. As soon as the bags start being washed.
Why we like hash so much. It actually cleans our house, our hands.
Yep.
Finally.
That's for sure.
Did we already hear the story of how like Mossy Giant and how like your first like inspiration towards drawing?
I want to hear that.
Because I'm like curious about that because it's like not just someone drawing behind you. I mean, that's like for real stuff back there.
I
That's
can honestly,
that's visionary.
I can honestly say that I don't have a memory of me not drawing. I have sketchbooks here in my studio of me as a 6-year-old. My mom kept all of it, and I would fill sketchbooks. That's the only thing I did was drawing. And then I got a little bit older and I got to high school. And because I was growing a lot, I'm 6'11". I told this before, but you weren't on the show yet. But then I started playing basketball, and I was pretty good at that. And my identity became that. People knew me in my high school years as a basketball player. But besides all that sports, that identity, I was always drawing. If you look at my school books, filled with portraits of classmates. I was making comic books of my classmates. I was always drawing. And I was raised by a mother who's an artist. She's still to this day making arts. She went to art school in The Hague. So, and my parents were my dad, he was a director at a steel factory. So he was a very, I would say straight guy, but completely open. And he was very proud and he would love it when I would draw. And so I was very much pushed in a positive way by my parents to be creative and always keep creating. And then through basketball, when I got to the United States, I had to pick a major. And I figured, you know what? I am interested in the mind. Why not take psychology? But my first psychology class in college, the teacher was a really nice guy, but he couldn't teach. So psychology, it wasn't for me. So then I went to the dean of students and I asked her, I don't like psychology. And then she said, why don't you stay undecided your freshman year? I'll put you in a graphic design class. And I remember walking into this classroom and realizing, man, can you make a living through art and graphics and making stuff on paper? And that's when that started overtaking my love for basketball. And so art has always been. So the other day, this is a very crazy story. I'll share it quickly. I got a text message from a brother, a younger brother of an old friend of mine. And he messaged me an image of a little piece of text that you write in middle school or in elementary. What do you want to do when you grow up? And this message read, I want to be a cartoon artist, just like my mother. That was me when I was 8 years old. So I'm so happy that I can live that dream. It's a blessing. And I get to live this dream through this plant and the grace of the people that are growing this plant, working with this plant, have put their freedoms on the line for this plant. So I'm very thankful for that this community has allowed, and this plant has allowed me to live a life as an artist.
That's so spectacular. And I would like to add that we feel very much so supported by you in the art because it just adds that dimension and it adds that visual and that cultural connection to the whole thing. And it makes it more than just growing or just having plant medicine. When you start putting like art and that behind it, it grows the whole entire situation.
And
When
the
I
entire
when I hear you two speak about soil, I get so fucking excited. This is so cool to hear you like the knowledge, the passion, we were just speaking earlier about investing time in things. You are mending a soil as if it were your own child. That's incredible. That's the way you speak about it. That is so inspiring to me.
Thank you. And we're also amending it with our grandchildren and our child, which we've raised our child since he was 1 year old, which a lot of people know here. But I also want to say, like, that's really valuable to us. And now to be able to build it with our granddaughters, wow.
Yeah, it is. It's really amazing. But one thing I really wanted to say is that your artwork aligning with the plant and aligning with the community, not only are you, you know, bringing up the plant and bringing up the community, but you're bringing recognition. You're bringing a story. You're bringing a culture that otherwise is often not told right. We talk all the time about how strains are, people are always claiming them, or now we're really dealing with a different type of cannabis groups that are coming in. And your work is really giving a definitive timeline as well as the true story. So the honor that we have for you in your relationship with the plant and your relationship with the community is truly beyond words. You've given so many people and the plant a story and history that is truthful, and history that is meaningful, and history that is bringing us to today.
And modern storytelling.
And the modern storytelling with this beautiful art. I have so much honor for the work that you're doing. It's beyond. So whatever you're excited about that we're doing, we're beyond excited about what you're doing, because every time I see your art, my whole body tingles, because it's historical as well as something very important and beautiful. So thank you so much.
Thank you. It's incredible. And well, the work's not done yet. We got to keep it going. Yeah. Thank you very much.
We're excited about that. And also I would add, like, you know, to consume cannabis, like, wow, there's so much to it, you know, like there's the growing, there's all this stuff, but like when you smoke it or consume it, you know, it lifts your mind, you know, or somehow, you know, there's a lot of words to describe it, but it's almost like the art. It's like your mind gets lifted, and then the art meets your mind like up in a different fractal, in a different realm, and it makes the whole entire picture fuller. You know what I mean? Like it's not just growing, and it's not
Holistic.
just smoking, and it becomes like, or with Mark, if Mark's playing the guitar, you know, the ganja's met with his music up in the top, or Colin, or just anyone, like this whole fractal of this community adds the dimension where the cannabis isn't just this one thing, it's this whole bodied experience, you know. And I think that's why we're all still here, because it would just be an annoying thing if it wasn't. Like there's so much not amazing going on in this realm, but like every single time I'm around people who are passionate about it, I'm just feeling it, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's exciting. Yeah.
Have you done any blotter art?
Have I?
Yeah, it seems like your images are pretty psychedelic, and I can imagine a whole sheet of LSD with your art on it.
Absolutely.
It's not really psychedelic until it's made it to blotter art, right?
Yeah, no, that's so true. I've seen these prints come out through other artists, and it hasn't come on my path yet, but I think it will.
Yeah, check out an
Just order some
artist.
blotter art.
Yeah, check out an artist from Denver named Vince Gordon. Vince Gordon's got some incredible artwork. He's really, I saw your thing where you're inspired by Hunter. He's got a lot of fear and loathing kind of themes and crazy Bart Simpson psychedelic, completely, like you could tell it's Bart Simpson underneath all of the imagery. But yeah,
But
Vince
it's
does
funny
an
that
incredible job. He's a great artist.
it's funny that you mention Thompson, because that, if you speak of an American artist, I would call him Hunter Thompson. That was, when I was getting out of basketball, a huge influence on me, because I was always in this sports mind. I wasn't smoking cannabis. I wasn't doing any type of mind altering substance. I was just playing sports. But then when I got out of it, I had a teammate who inspired me to really pursue art. He also introduced me to cannabis. And when I got out of school, I had to really almost physically take myself out of this athlete's mind, this drilled Division I athlete mind, but I wanted to be an artist. So that's two worlds that had to separate. And through cannabis, mushrooms, and my friend introducing me to the work of Hunter Thompson, he's a wild man, pushing himself away from the system, but being an artist, a rock and roller. And that really, his spirit inspired me to get out of this athlete's mind and into the artist's mind. So I don't know where I was going with this, but Hunter Thompson is a great inspiration for me.
I'm hoping you know who Bill Walton is. Do you know who Bill Walton?
Yes, I know who Bill Walton is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Only because he was like trying to get like the Grateful Dead to play halftime at the Portland Trailblazers shows and stuff, and he's just a big psychedelic warrior, you know.
Incredible.
Hey, Peter. Hey, you show I see a lot of bears and hippies, of course. So what's the significance of the bears in your artwork? I see it, all throughout it. So it seems to have a function and a significant meaning.
So there is, for example, the bear is always accompanied by the old man, the hippie, the grower. And this was one of the first characters that came out of my pen. I remember during school, I was really getting back into drawing. I was really enjoying my studying. And when I got out of school, I started working with ink. And there was one day where I drew the old man with the beard on a bicycle. And I enjoyed drawing this drawing so much that I figured this is an alter ego. This is a character I want to keep working with. I like his spirit. And I kept drawing the character. And at one point, the archaic vehicles came into play, the hippie vans, the VW vans, which are also iconic within cannabis and the 60s and the 70s movements. And I drew the character in one of these vans with a truck bed. Yeah, stuff like this. And then the old man needed a friend. And that's when the bear was born. And I paired them up, and they always reappear in my work because I get pure enjoyment out of drawing these characters without a purpose. They are just, I love it when they appear on paper. So those were my two spirit characters, I think, so to speak. And I think it's the one stands for the wise old man, a little bit depressed, but super wise, sees a lot of things very, very clear, but it also needed a more lighter spirit beside him, and that was the bear. So that's why these characters appear all the time in my drawings. I just therapeutic to create them. Long story.
I love that story and the teddy bear's picnic in that whole song and that whole concept and a lot of the images that follow just the teddy bears and stuff are pretty significant, I would say, in our community and the dancing bear and all that. And so I did very much so. What school did you go to in the US?
I went to the University of Evansville in Indiana.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. Good thing you made it out of there without going to jail with your one joint and stuff. Like, wow. Did you find any Indiana bubble gum when you were there? The weed?
No, I don't remember, but my friend always had weed, and I experienced for a few years there the way it is to live in a state where it's so normal. Cannabis is so normal. But there, man, there was true paranoia that I felt driving around Indianapolis, and you knew that it was harsh laws regarding this stuff. So it was wild to first smoke weed there.
That is why, and it's still like that. I mean, if you go to a show in Detroit and you're in Michigan, like the amount of people that are from Indiana that are there, and they're just like telling us like literally horror stories still to this day of like
Oh, yeah.
half a joint and going. It's like Idaho and Indiana are like the two states that are never gonna fall, type thing.
Yeah, but the crazy shit is, man, I met so many psychedelic hillbillies there. They love to smoke weed. Everybody does it. They're heavy into psychedelics. They eat a lot of mushrooms. So even though it's so highly prohibited, they still get it and they still use it in large numbers, and they enjoy it. So it's unstoppable.
Well, you got to give it up to the Grateful Dead as well. I mean, who tripped out harder at the Deer Creek Amphitheater than the Grateful Dead? Have you freaked at the creek?
I
I'm
have.
pretty sure that's where the Chem Dog was at Deer
Yep.
Creek in Indiana
91.
in 1991.
Yep.
So
June 24th, right? June
June
24th and June 25th. I was there 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. I missed 95.
I was
Dude,
there
what the
those
fuck?
years too, for
we
sure.
saw the Sting show at the Chicago Soldier Field, 80,000 people. Sting started, and then there was this massive thunder and lightning storm where they had to evacuate the whole entire main floor of Soldier Field. Everyone in the Soldier Field had to go like in the old world building, the old world like World's Fair stadium. They had to go in the inside, and then they came out, and of course, smokestack lightning and stuff like that came out. But anyway,
The old classic shirt. I freaked at the creek and I peaked at the Greek.
Peaked at the creek. I
Yeah.
peaked at the Greek.
I freaked at the creek and I peaked at the Greek.
Yep.
Classic.
That's cool.
Yeah, we were in 1990 we were at
Good
Deer Creek,
times.
and the woman who was traveling with us did not have a ticket, and my girlfriend, who's now my wife, we've been married 29 years now. Um,
Nice.
we
Going on 30.
we went into the show and we left Nancy out in the car, and it was just had started to rain a little bit, and she had a I guess a sign. She was looking for a ticket, right? I mean, it's pretty common back in the day. People would go to shows without tickets, and I think
Ba-ba-da-da-da.
all she had to trade for her ticket was her head stash. So she had like one hit of acid, maybe a mushroom cap, maybe a joint or two, not a whole lot of stuff. So an undercover came up to my car, knocked on, saw the sign that she had, knocked on the window, woke her up. She had fallen asleep in the car, woke up, got out. She's like, oh, or the cop was like, undercover was some guy on a tie-dye on a bicycle, basically said, what do you have to trade for a ticket? And she's like, well, I got this one hit of acid, I got these mushrooms, I have
Fuck.
this joint. And as soon as she took shit out of her pocket, clank, she got, arrested. And then so my wife and I went in the show, and then when we came out, we're like, oh, where's Nancy? We don't know where Nancy is. And she left this cryptic message on our windshield saying that she'd be at the jail bus. The jail bus. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, right? There was the disco bus, right? There was that crazy religious freaky group in the purple
The
bus, right?
family.
That right. Those there's that bus, right? There was the disco bus. There's a lot of buses on tour, and my wife and I were kind of like super high at the time, so we were like, oh, cool. At least she must have got in the show. She's at a bus. That must be cool. But then it started setting in that, oh, wait a second, the jail bus. Maybe that's the bus that they take people to the jail in, right? And sure enough, we went when we got sober enough to ask a security guy or a cop, and they're like, yeah, the jail bus has already brought everybody to the jail for the evening. So it turned out they had a quota there in Nobles. This is Noblesville, Indiana, right? In the middle of Indiana, right? Noblesville, right? Okay, so Deer Creek, again, just beautiful amphitheater in the middle of all these cornfields and everything. And they basically had like 30 cells, and they arrested 30 people in the parking lot that night and each put them in individual cells. So we went, so this was the summer of 1990. This was just before Brent died, right? So we were at Deer Creek for, I believe, 2 nights, and then going up to Tinley Park outside of Chicago. And those ended up being Brent's last shows. This was in the July of 1990. So we went there, Marcus, the next day to the court to see her hearing. And yeah, they marched out 30 people, all in orange county robes, right? And the first guy that, when they started reading the charges against the first guy, this guy was a natty dread who had been on tour for a while. I recognized the guy. I had seen him on tour, but I didn't know who the guy was. Turns out he was like a six-time loser. Like he had like a whole bunch of warrants in other states, and they finally caught up with him at the Grateful Dead show, right? He was, flipping weed or selling acid or doing something in the lot. He got arrested, and he had a huge rap sheet of all warrants from all these other arrests in other states and shit like that. So then they get to Nancy, right? And Nancy was this, 17, 18-year-old young beautiful girl, with flowers in her hair and everything, and just she she got busted for her head stash, okay, and she got trapped, and it was entrapment, right, by an undercover cop who said, "Oh, I have a ticket here. let me sell you these, or what do you have to trade for the ticket? And it basically got her in trouble. Well, they wanted, because they got her for both mushrooms, LSD, and cannabis. There were multiple offenses. They put her bail at something like $250,000, which we would have had to raise 10% to spring her from the lockup, right? So we would have to raise $25,000. Man, we were lucky if we had $25 in our pockets back in those days. We were just, broke college kids out following the Grateful Dead around, right? So it is just complete, and it fucked up her life. So she traveled to Deer Creek with us. We had to leave her in Indiana. We went up to Brent's last shows up in Illinois. Her parents had to like come out like a week later to come pick her up, right? And then she ended up getting pregnant and missing a semester of school. Totally like fucked up her life, all for her fucking head stash to trade for a concert ticket to go see the Grateful Dead.
Dude, and that was in 1990. That was
1990, yeah.
before, I think it was around 90, somewhere between 96 and 98 or 99, probably 98, that my friend got caught in Indiana. Same thing, trading. Hey, what do you trade a ticket for? He's like, he didn't have anything, but he went and
Yeah.
just found a ecstasy tab. Well, he
Yeah.
did 3 years in prison for that. And it also was the start of go free for 3. So they didn't want just 30. If they arrested 30 people, they were getting 90 people, because each person that got arrested, they would tell them your friend's story. We are going to destroy your life. Or you can go rat 3 other people out in the parking lot, and we'll arrest those people. Go free for 3. So my friend did not choose to go free for 3. Instead, he did 3 years. And not only did he do 3 years in Indiana, and he was from Oregon, when they sent him home, like months later, they called him up and said, hey, we made a clerical error. You still have 2.5 months to serve. And they made him come back like 7 months after getting out and do another like 2.5 months.
Crazy.
Yeah. The courts, the prosecuting attorney and the judges are invested in the prisons, and they
Yes.
get like money for each day. There's like a government subsidy for prisoners. So every prisoner they have in their prison, they get money for every day.
Well, the other thing, Marcus, that I noticed is that when we went to the courthouse that day, so it was a day of a show, right? So again, Grateful Dead were in town. So now we're in like downtown Noblesville, right?
For
Which
real,
it's just
downtown.
I felt like we were, in Atticus Finch's fucking courtroom on To Kill a Mockingbird. It's just like there was a basically 4 or 5 attorneys who were there who offered their services. And what they realized is that, you know, they basically had a quota to bust 30 people. 30 people got busted. Some people, again, like we went there because we were, Nancy was staying with us. So we're like, oh man, she got busted. We got to go and try to help her out. Again, we couldn't financially help her out. But there were a couple dudes who were there who had money, and they immediately got attorneys, and the attorneys went into the back room with the DA or some shit like that, worked out some deal, and those guys were able to go back to the show that day. We couldn't get Nancy out because, again, they put like 3 heady charges against her, and we would have had to get an attorney, have the attorney go in the back room, do some backroom thing. Probably a bunch of fucking money changes hands at that point, and the kids get let go, and they could go back and see the show. But yeah, it was fucked up.
That's if you're lucky, the money
Yeah,
changes hand.
right,
Most likely you ratted on a bunch of other people.
or something like that. Yeah.
That's they those motherfuckers print money.
Yeah, the first guy that went down, you could see it in his eyes. He was like a 6-time, you know, like had like a bunch of warrants in states, had evaded the law, and you could just tell by looking at the guy. A guy was like going away for a long time, right? You're out on Grateful Dead tour and you're selling like lots of shit and everything like that. I mean, the DEA actually had a project. I think it was called Dead End for a while, and they were sending undercovers. And the thing is like right when cars would park, like you'd pay, you'd park, right? That's usually when the cops would come in because like, oh, that's when everyone starts opening their beers or lighting their joints. So usually right when the car parks in the parking lot, that's when the cops come down on you. And it's still happening today. I saw a bunch of photos from Fish Tour this summer where people were getting popped. I don't know what for, but I mean, there's lots of drugs available on tour, and the nitrous mob is there. I don't know if you saw there was a headline about some guy from Philadelphia got busted up here at Saratoga who had a van just full of nitrous tanks, like an insane number of nitrous tanks, Marcus, like 50 nitrous tanks in the back of a 40 Econoline, right? And just he had like $60,000 in cash, all in fives and tens and twenties. It's like crazy shit, man.
Totally insane. Totally insane.
And it's not even, in Philly, it's not even concerts. If you go to a sporting event in Philadelphia, there's fucking balloons everywhere, right? At the Eagles games.
Well, dude,
at the
it's so
Phillies
mellow
games.
now. They sell that shit on Amazon. Like it's these party canisters. I saw one at a party
It's
about a year ago. I
flavored
was
now,
like, what the
right?
fuck is
Don't they
this?
have shit
I was like,
that's
this
like
is
grape flavored
fucking
nitrous?
inhalant. It's like just fucking.
Yeah, you're
My friends
breathing
are
in
just
a
like,
fucking invisible gas that you can't see,
yeah,
right?
dude.
Oh
Please
yeah,
It's
don't
nothing
tell me
can
fucking.
they're
go
gonna,
wrong there, right?
please don't tell me they're gonna put cannabis terps in the fucking.
Skunkman Sam actually patented that, so it's not. It's going to be unreleased. That one.
Right on, Dave.
Nitrous oxide terp rips. Nitrous oxide terp rips. There you go.
I'll make it.
Regeneratively grown, of course.
Yeah.
Fully,
Crazy.
fully
Fully
regenerative.
Dragonfly Earth Medicine certified.
Yeah. Dragonfly Earth Whippets.
Ear whips.
Those wooks
Ear
love their
whip.
whippets, don't they?
As you can see, Mossy, sometimes we're serious and sometimes we're not.
We need a bear with a balloon. No, okay, let's stop.
No,
We're
no,
done.
no,
We're
no.
done. We're done.
No.
We're done.
We don't.
The funny thing at concerts, like when you start bringing your kids, like my son was born in 97. His first show was Summer Tour 97. My daughter was born in 2001 during hiatus. So her first show was a Mike and Trey with the duo. But in Merriweather in particular, typical outdoor shed on the East Coast, right? You get out of the venue and there's just fucking just balloons everywhere, right? And so like if you got young kids, kids they like balloons. They see balloons, they think it's a birthday party, or they think that there's all kinds of crazy shit going on. So it's so weird, Like again, like if you thinking about taking your kids to a concert, you gotta think about that before you do that. Maybe you should look at the face of other parents who decided to bring their kids to the show and see if they're having a good time, right? Because sometimes it's just willy-nilly for the kids. These amphitheaters are nice because you have the lawn and you could kind of
Exactly. You got to pick your venue. You got to pick your band.
right.
I brought my son to the Marley Brothers last summer and it was awesome. He was just like 9 years old, just loving life. He was like, this is just cool.
But just weed
Watching
being smoked everywhere, right?
everywhere, which is nothing new to him. He absolutely
Right.
there's plants on the deck. There's he comes into my office. He's like, oh, what's that, Dad? That smells like a good one. I'm like, yeah, that's, the honey bananas or whatever. It is a good one, dude. Telling you.
At the Shoreline Amphitheater, I don't know if it's still like this, but you could light the grass on fire because it was built on a landfill.
Oh yeah.
So you could light the green grass would light and stay on fire.
But it would be like blue.
You're like, whoa, we're on a landfill. Crazy. And then secondly, Merriweather Post Pavilion from 1985, that
Oh, that shakedown, right?
the shakedown, yes, just the wow.
Yeah.
Like that. What 1985 was kind of the untalked about. It's
It was
special.
So fucking good, Josh. It was the 20 years so far tour, and that Minuteman that was Rick Griffin's artwork. Remember the Minuteman holding the guitar, kind of like very, very American theme with the Grateful Dead. Well, they had that print behind the stage all summer long. And I didn't realize it until one of the nights at Alpine where it was windy. It was kind of just on a drape, right? It was on this drape and totally, just completely out of my mind on LSD. And I'm watching the skeleton move. Yeah, and you don't realize it because when you're looking at it, it just looks like this huge image behind the stage, right? But as the wind blows so subtly, you'd see that thing start moving, and you're like, man, that fucking skeleton is moving behind the stage. Oh, what a great memory. What a great year. Yeah, 85 was awesome.
I love that analog tripping, like we all have this like LCD screens, like anything is possible at the Sphere and all this shit, but like simply LSD, a sheet, some wind, and the right lighting with like that shit dances, but he's like, we're talking Toontown all of a sudden, it's like really amazing, when your brain's creating, the digital experience.
Yeah, Josh, have you guys seen Fish lately since Kuroda's got his articulating lighting rig? Oh my God. If you have not seen Fish in the last 3 years, Chris Kuroda, who's just the most incredible lighting director, I think, in the business today. Chris Kuroda is just incredible. I mean, I think he also lights for Bieber and maybe a couple other things, but he does every Fish show. And he's got this articulating these things, lights that go up and down, man. And it's so fucking cool to watch because I don't know. It's so incredible. Like when you're watching it, there's a lot of stuff to soak in. At times, you almost have to look away because there's just so much light and so much incredible imagery going on that it's overwhelming. It really is, especially if you're right down in front and you're right by where all these lights are basically hitting you. It's pretty incredible to behold. It really is. Yeah. Yeah, check this shit out, man. It's just when you put it on a time lapse thing, you could see them all moving around, and it's amazing. Chris is an amazing guy. Chris is from Jersey, like me. His old Grateful Dead guy, Giants fan, and everything. And he started just being a roadie, and then sat down behind the lighting thing, and he's been doing the lighting ever since. And he actually designed the light rig for Madison Square Garden for like all the professional sporting events that happen at Madison Square Garden. So the Knicks and the Rangers games, when you see all the crazy lights when they do the intro before those games, that's all Chris Kuroda. And when Fish plays at Madison Square Garden, they're the only band that are allowed to use the house lighting system. All the other bands have to bring their own lights, but Kuroda, because he was the lighting designer there for Dolan's at the Madison Square Garden, he's able to use it. But yeah, he's just incredible. There's a lot of shit to behold up there. It's pretty
I could
wild.
watch that shit for hours, dude. That is
Oh
absolutely
man, it's fucking
bonkers. It's
amazing, Mark.
bonkers.
It
It's
really
bonkers.
is. It really is.
Well, I'll get my waiver soon. I'll come down to America and visit, go see some Fish shows, and maybe
Let's
catch
go
Dead
to.
and Co at the Sphere.
I don't know if we'll go to the Sphere though. It
What's
seems
that?
it seems a little. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Mind control.
Oh, dude, my friend Allison has been like 20 times, and she's like, she's not going to not allow me to go. She's like, dude, I want to be there when you're there. You have to experience this. It is bonkers. I'm like, I'm down for bonkers.
I am too, but don't you think that maybe I'm just to say and put it in the wind that it is exactly what Edward Snowden said that they were going to create, all the way down to the exact replication. Like if you read what he put out, he said that they were going to create this dome, and every single thing that he said is exactly what's going on with the dome.
But nobody listened to
I'm just
anything
saying.
he
I'm just
said.
saying.
Like,
I'm just-
like, did you hear what he said about cell phones? I bet you still have one and use it every day.
No. I'm not.
Don't get mad at us.
No, I'm just
not
mean,
even
but that's
saying
Edward
anything.
Snowden. Yeah, it's totally possible that
Just putting it in the wind.
it's a secret mind control
I don't know.
facility, or it might just be a nice place to go see a concert. Could be either or.
Don't know.
Depends on how you move in the world. I think if you do think that, you should definitely get rid of this like yesterday. Because this might be the worst thing that we have surrounding us on a daily basis.
If anybody wants to know more about that, Sabrina Wallace is like unbelievable. She always asks people, like, if you want to understand your cell phone, you look up Sabrina Wallace, and she asks everybody, how does your phone work?
And how does your own body's biometrics work?
How does your phone work? And she asks that question, and then she proceeds to tell you. So if anybody is really interested, Sabrina Wallace is really wild. Just another version of an explanation of the cell phone.
And again, like, we have a cell phone, we do breathe tobacco smoke here and there at clubs. Like, we're in the world, and we're doing these things because we like.
Do you go on planes and burn fuel?
I'm just saying we do these other things because, like, it just feels right. It just seems like we can do something. So let's do the things we can do and accept what we can.
Here we go.
It's you know.
Yeah, Fletch is coming in. I
Yeah,
can't wait
Fletch.
to hear what he has to say.
Tell us, Fletch.
Let's go, Fletch.
Let's go. Come on. Stolen Focus is another good one. It's about cell phones and why you can't pay attention by Johan Hari. If you got small kids, you should check that book out. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, I recommend Opal for most people that have a hard time. It's a really good app. Just use it. It'll lock you out of all your social. Won't let you in, even though you want to get in there, and won't let you in. I have a lot of friends that do that are artists.
How's it going, Fletch? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, yeah. What's going on?
Oh, we're just bubbling it up here. We got the Mossy Giant tuning in from, I guess, Amsterdam or just outside of Amsterdam.
IJmuiden.
Where?
IJmuiden. It's on the coast.
Okay. Oh, nice.
It's
That's nice.
a beautiful coast, but it has its perks. But it's about half an hour outside of Amsterdam. I'm very
Yeah.
close.
Yeah. You surf there?
No.
No.
People surf. I don't.
Yeah, Doug from Hemp Hoodlum would always go down there and surf. That's trippy.
Get a thick wetsuit for that.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you. Or just be like born in Norway.
True. I was
I
surfing
still don't think you'll survive that.
I remember scuba diving in Thailand, and you'd always have to come up when the first person sucked through their air. You know, the person who was like breathing the fastest was who would set the bar for everyone. And there was a guy from like Norway, and he was so used to diving in Norway that in Thailand, he was coming up with 90% of his tank full when the first people were coming up with 85% of their tank gone, right? Because they're just down there hyperventilating, and this guy's like taking a breath every like 4 minutes. It's just like, it's awesome. It's harder to scuba dive in the cold for those of you that don't know. It's you really like can suck a lot of breath in the cold compared to the warmth. But then again, when you go down like 100 feet, it gets pretty cold no matter where you are.
Yeah, no, I mean the Atlantic Ocean gets cold during the winter. When I surf out in New York, I wear a 5'4" with a full hood, 7mm gloves, 7mm booties. But yesterday I surfed and I wore a 3'4", or like a 3'2". So 3mm, 2mm for those that don't know that.
Yeah,
And
in August.
sure. But I did surf like close to Maine yesterday because there's like some rock reef up there that's
You get any waves in the summertime though?
No, you only get waves during hurricane swell from the south or nor'easters, which can get like, I mean, listen, man, I've traveled pretty far for good waves, and I'd stack these waves up to anywhere in the world. When it gets good, it gets good, but it's not consistent. It's not like Oregon or California, where it's like the ocean's so big and there's so much activity that you're just getting all this energy. It's very, it comes way down from Africa, and you can see it come through all the way up through Florida and all the way up into our region. But it only really happens from like literally now, late June, all the way to like October. Maybe November it'll start to shift from like the tropics, to the nor'easters. So, but
Yeah, Oregon and Washington are pretty terrible. It's all beach breaks out here, so unless it's perfect angle, it's just going to be closeouts all day.
yeah, I mean, and it's funny because like you guys have to wait for it to get small enough to surf, right? It's like it's usually too big, like to your point, in a washing machine. So it's like the opposite here. You gotta wait for it to get big. So
Yeah, I grew up Outer Banks in the summertime, so familiar with it, but it's a bit warmer.
yeah, so like S turns and like
Yeah.
Ocracoke and all those areas. Yeah, I'm super familiar with those areas. It's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
And I'm over here just waiting for the snow to fall so I can snowboard all winter.
Yeah, Marcus, you're spoiled, bro. Like you just have the winter wonderland out there, man. From like skis out in the backcountry all the way to just like great trail riding.
Yeah, it's pretty lucky.
Come down to Mount Baker.
I want to. Mount Baker's amazing. I just haven't been to the US in like almost 30 years. So let's
Come
hope
hit the road
this.
gap.
What's that?
Say
The
come
road
hit the
gap?
road gap.
Well, maybe. We got our own road gap up here. It's called the Hurley. If you punch in the Hurley Road Gap, it's a backcountry road that you can only really take snowmobiles in the winter to get up to sort of Braylorn, Gold Bridge, Tyotte, and Yalakom Valley. It's big Carpenter Lake. It's kind of like above and below Lillooet, British Columbia.
It's a real big step down, isn't it?
It is for sure. And it's amazing. Like that whole area, I've camped in all of the areas I just mentioned, like many, many times, and like dirt biked and sledded all over the area. And it is incredible. Like it truly is just unbelievable, unique backcountry nature that's just different. It's really beautiful up there.
Yeah, that's spectacular between Pemberton and Lillooet and that whole like Duffy zone and north and all that. Like it's like a super like different dimension almost, because it's hard to imagine like, oh wow, I'm like a few hours from Vancouver right now, but I'm like in like wild horse salmon fucking native
grizzly country,
just everything country, just ganja country, just biker country, just everything,
Yeah.
Up there
Up in the village.
I've seen some incredible footage of surfing in the wilderness in British Columbia, and I'm sure it's pretty rare. Like you need the right, like Fletch said, like the right angle, but like.
Well, Tofino is kind of our spot where people are hitting most of the time. Seems to be one of the more popular surf spots in British Columbia. Tofino is just a special place on its own. It's very unique and beautiful, and it has incredible beaches. Just like a ton of incredible beaches. And then hot springs as well, that you can take a boat or a float plane up to these just beautiful hot springs, natural, nothing man-made. They're just like little rocks on the edge of the ocean that are like pumped full of this hot, fucking heated underground artesian water. Just pumps into these things. It's pretty sweet. And you have to walk down this beautiful boardwalk to get to these hot tubs. So it's you get dropped off on the boat or the plane, and then you got to walk down this boardwalk that's a couple kilometers through an ancient forest with sequoia trees and giant fucking cedars that are like 20 plus feet in diameter. Not quite on the level of the California redwoods, but certainly a big tree nonetheless.
Sure. Cool.
Super spectacular over there. And it's also like $120 a night just to camp at the campground, which is sort of like, wow.
Where? What campground?
In like Tofino, like
Oh, in Tofino, yeah.
in
Well,
the
that's
Tofino. That's what I'm saying.
100%.
It's like super like valuable, like crazy spot.
Super expensive.
I did want
True.
to say also to Fletcher, we have this amazing Oishi cross going this year that we got across from Bo in Southern Oregon, Bo's Nose. And he put the Rose Especial, which he said was like the one clone he's like ever bought in his life was this Rose Especial. And anyway, he crossed it. It's very beautiful. There's a little bit of some purples in some of it, and then also just super beautiful like Oishi looking, crosses in there and stuff. So thanks for the work on that, and always stoked for any kind of archive love that we get in our gardens here.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for that. And yeah, hopefully you get that, nice terp profile from the Oishi where it's like that kind of potpourri incensed, dank purple, kind of old school, but kind of new too. It's kind of reminiscent of old varieties, but maybe modernized a little bit.
That sounds like the best of both worlds right there. Hitting some nostalgic boxes, but also hitting some novelty boxes.
That's kind of the goal for me with breeding in general is to, that was the whole point of collecting all those old cuts is a lot of them have a unique smell and flavor, but maybe are missing a lot of other things and just trying to improve upon some of those things or pull out the parts that you like and get rid of the parts you don't. That to me is the goal of breeding at the end of the day. Is to improve it for your purposes, whatever that may be, whether it's, could be hash yield or whatever else.
Yeah, we've done a good. I mean, I've grown a bunch of your work, and seems like everything from seed, it's got good diversity, and there's purpose behind it. You can feel it. It's every time I run seed of yours, it's consistent. Like Moonbow is a good example of that. There's just a lot of really unique noses in that particular line. So you've done a great job.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, super into the Moonbow. Such an odd, like different flavor and everything. And I would say maybe you could elaborate, whatever, but the modern kind of sandy trichomes have this a little less flavor somehow locked in them. And then the old school greasy genetics are almost like all flavor, but they're not as much into the hash, as much. And I think if you can kind of fuse those terps into that modern sandy style trichome, then that's a really beautiful combo.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the goal. I think there's been like maybe an emphasis on hash or getting varieties to produce hash like that just because the hash market is kind of like, blown up in the last, let's say 5 years, at least for rosin and washing in particular. But I think as time goes on, that novelty will kind of wear off as there's a lot more volume and product available in that space. And, Marcus and I think we kind of discussed this with Rob, that basically like a trichome, the whole greasy versus washable, in my opinion, is basically just like Rob was saying, and this is what I've seen, just based on all the extraction I've done, is basically you've got, a trichome head and it has a certain amount of volume. And to increase the THC, you've got to reduce the amount of something else. So, and then, most of these terpenes and thiols and stuff are all alcohol-like compounds. So just like adding alcohol to water, you can lower the freezing point of whatever that, cannabinoid mixture is. So, low cannabinoid content, high terpenoid or terpene or whatever mixed content And it becomes hard to get every variety to the trichome head to harden up at 32 degrees. You know, and I've talked about this before, that if we could figure out a mechanical separation method that uses, let's say, a glycol solution that's at 7 degrees, you'd likely see a higher yield and the ability to wash varieties that just don't harden up at 32 degrees. And I think we've been able to see this kind of proven on scale, even with just BHO. When you make BHO, you can see certain varieties, they'll be shatter at 70 degrees. And then you'll have varieties that even when you throw the BHO in the freezer, it still stays soupy. So you've got, you know, BHO that's basically just the internal contents of a trichome head of that variety in the freezer at -7 degrees, and it's still sappy. Well, how does that make any sense other than you've obviously destabilized your cannabinoid soup there? So, or at least reduce the freezing point of it with your other compounds. So when you're breeding, that's basically all you're trying to accomplish is find, you know, mono or sesquiterp combinations that will freeze at 32 degrees and still break the head off cleanly without sticking itself or attaching or bursting into the water.
Sure. I also find like wash times affect that too. We've been playing with data like that, where like you're breaking heads, you're actually destroying what you're after.
Well, and do you think that has something to do with the temperature of your water increasing over time as well?
No, because our temperature of water doesn't increase over time. We work in a room that stays at the temperature that we wash at, which is actually below the usually 28 degrees is where we're at. So for us, no. But I just see.
Well, what's your water temperature?
So it's, you know, the vessels stay around 30 to 31 degrees. They rarely get above that.
So that's below zero.
Yeah, it is.
I often see when I get that to that temperature, the water starts creating like a slush.
Yeah, so that's the other thing is like you can't leave the water stagnant for very long. So because you're right, there's like a thin layer starts to develop, like maybe an inch on the top if once you let it sit. But that's what we've found works for us. We fill the containers, we keep the room that cold. Rarely goes above that. But less wash time has been real.
I think that there's a big difference between 1 or 2 degrees below zero and like 5 or 6 degrees below zero because we wash out, you know, in different temperatures during the winter. And if it's super cold outside, like the water gets thicker and you have to move really fast. You can't stop at all. The bags are frozen on the outside. Like it gets almost chaotic, but good too, partly good, but it's like a little too fast. But right at 1 or 2 below is like you can still stop, you can still flow, and it doesn't just crust off with frozen. And as far as like hazes and older school stuff, or like we have a Zelly's gift that we've made and stuff like those, we found washing a little bit longer with a little less agitation gives us a better yield on that, because the hazes like sometimes will come up with like almost like minimal, you know, compared to other ones, but we're always trying to get like a little more out of it. And do you find any ways of doing hazes better?
For me, like I have this sour strawberry pith here, and you know, I think for us when we're doing anything sativa, like Rosetta Stone, we wash like like almost 500 pounds of that once, and I felt like that varietal, you know, you have to really defoliate well before you even go into a wash with something like that, because like you said, the neurotic or necrotic nature of as it gets too saturated, right? It starts to throw a lot more particulate matter into the actual wash itself. So you have to be careful, but I find your longer soak times with things like that are greasier is helpful. And then colder temperatures if you can do it, because it does help. But agitation wise, you know, it's really, that's so individual, you know what I mean? I think that's just, it's a hard one, you know. I find that we always are at a really gentle agitation anyway. We don't like this like quick spin and then like stop. We have this like slow stop kind of thing that we developed. That's our preferred way of doing things. So, you know, everyone's got their way though. There's really no wrong. You know what
The
I mean?
only wrong is not doing it enough to not know how to work with what you have. That's the wrong. You have to do it so you know it, so then you can have a art and a craft.
Well, and that's it. You got to know you got to know your material, you know, like a lot of people that are not making 6-star bubble hash don't need to keep the whole room cold. If you have freeze dryers and you have a reactor that you keep cold and maybe a small room that you can collect from the bags, you don't need the whole room to be cold. It ends up being hard on the workers. In fact, the people who are working in that temperature, especially in the summertime, they go in cold all day, then warm. I just did this consultation for a group here in Abbotsford who are setting up a really nice lab. They've got a Sambo filtration static sifter. They've got some Whistler Technologies equipment. And they were going to make the whole room like cold. I was just like, dude, like this is already cold where you're mixing everything. The freeze dryers is where it's all ending up. It's only when you make 6-star that you say pull the bag out of the bucket, out of the water, and you go to scoop the hash. In under a minute, that dried hash can congeal and turn to bubble gum on your screen if you're in a warmer room. Totally agreeing with that. I'm just saying 99% of people that are making hash are not making 6-star. And if they are making 6-star, it's probably not even 50% or 25% of the hash that they're making. So save yourself some money and don't have to pay for the entire room to be cold. Just pay for, you know, your reactor. You can keep that cold where you're mixing. You can keep where you're collecting cold. And you can your freeze dryer, obviously. So for me, I clean my bags as soon as I pull the hash. I have a big tub. That's what I set up with these guys. Bunch of water, bunch of ice, very big tub. And the bags get pulled out of the water. The hash gets pulled off. That bag gets rinsed in the next bag so we don't lose any hash. And then that goes into this cleaning bucket, or tub, which I just say, listen, just push them down in there and leave them in that cold water. And then we'll pull them out when we put them back into the bucket. So
Totally.
that's how I do it.
As I am, you know, I think that's the other thing is you don't have to be nuts about it. And I think everything Marcus said.
I've been nuts about it, but you're right. You don't have to be as nuts as you think. Especially a lot of people, they spend a lot of money on these labs, man. Building these labs can be expensive, and the cost of cooling it. These guys in Arizona that I helped, they were cooling this giant lab. Like the whole lab, cooling it was outrageously expensive for how it was like 120 degrees, like all summer long. Arizona gets hot. It's unbelievable. Trying to fight that seems like maybe not the best place to make hash.
Much love, you all. We have to take off and get back to the beauty of the work. So
taking care of business. Love you guys. Be well. Dragonfly Earth Medicine. Go check them out on social media.
Yeah, got some good stuff up there. Thanks, guys, so much. Love you guys and have a great day.
Love you guys. I really always appreciate the amazing conversations and the ascended intelligence over this plant. Really appreciate it.
Super nice meeting you as well, Peter.
Thanks so much, Marcus.
Thanks for coming out, guys.
Peter, I can't wait
We'll
to
stay connected.
share a smoke with you.
We want you to hang out, come out and visit us and stuff.
It's going to be like a highlight of my year is to sit with you and share a smoke. I'm really looking forward to it.
Get ready to look up.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. We'll just wear like a little 2-foot pair of stilts or something, you know, so we can, you know. And
one regenerative organic farmer out and another one in. So peace out to the Dragonfly Earth Medicine, and hi, Brian from Best Friend Farms.
Love you, Brian. Hey, Fletcher, we're cruising through Portland sometime soon. So I don't know if you're you're in Portland, aren't you?
Seattle, Portland area. Just hit me up.
Okay.
Send me a message or whatever.
Word.
Awesome.
Cool.
Take
Much
care,
love.
everybody. Love you.
All right, guys, I gotta roll too. I gotta take my son out into the surf. He's dying to get out there.
Nice.
Dying.
That's what's up, dude. You guys have a good time.
I love you all. Thanks for the conversation, Fletch, everyone, ATN, Mark, Peter, Marcus. Thank you guys. Peace.
Yeah, I think Marcus with the like cold room benefits, I think the main reasons, and it's mainly for only certain parts of the process. Like you said, if you're making 6-star, you're gonna pull congealed out patties a lot if your room's 70 degrees. But for most people, like you're saying, it may not be a necessity, but if you're running a high-end lab, you're definitely going to want to extend your handling times, especially if you have a lot of volume. The other thing I saw a couple people ask, trying to use salt water. So I've looked into that and I've tried it with a small amount. You have to add like 5 pounds of salt to get the water down to like 20 degrees. It's a lot of salt
for a 5-gallon batch.
Yeah, in a 5 gallons, exactly. So it's like it's a ridiculous amount to not get a whole lot of temperature movement, but it would likely help. And then someone else was asking if you've tried dry ice. And yeah, and all that happens is the dry ice just makes like a big piece of hail in your wash, right? So you just end up with that little piece of dry ice just keeps becoming a bigger piece of actual ice inside your wash. Water has
But it looks cool as it smokes all over the place, right? You could make believe you're some mad chemist, right? With all the smoke going everywhere.
Unfortunately,
I just found once I got
to get water under 32 degrees.
Well, once you figure out the process, you realize, look, we get purity. We can get like 95 to 99% heads, and we can do it fairly quickly. So then purity is almost off the table. Although I did have a guy call me the other day and tell me he's found some new process that involves pouring. He had a process that he said, I can remove things from like 99.9% trichomes that you don't even know is there. And I was like, okay, well, we'll see. And who's going to want to do that if you can? Maybe me, maybe 12 other people. I don't know. It'll be worth checking out. But once you get that purity of 99.9% heads, then really the entire process is how fast can you do it? How fast can you get them all off or the highest percentage off without leaving 20 or 30 or 40% of the material behind? And with water hash, I got it to the point where I could do it pretty quickly. And I could do it efficiently in the sense that the material never yielded more than 2% from a solvent guy after it was given back. It was just not worth, it wasn't like a 5 or a 6 or a 7% that they were able to squeeze out of it. So at that point in time, where is the movement for this to become a better process? In my opinion, the biggest process would be the least amount of time it could spend in the water would leach the least amount of things into the water, and they would potentially be preserved in the resin head. I've never known exactly what's coming out of the resin head into the water because we know anthocyanin and some other water solubles are definitely responsible for color changes of the water, but certainly there are also very nice flavors and aromas that come off of that water sometimes too much so. When the water smells really good, that water is telling me this is not a water hash variety for you to be washing.
Yeah, that's the one thing though, like you were talking about salt before, Fletch, is that in salt water, the water soluble terpenes are going to be less soluble in salt water than they would be in regular water. So when the water is spending some of its time having to keep that sodium chloride or whatever salt that you're putting in the solution, it just becomes less compatible to extract terpenes. So that could be again, a balancing act, right? I don't know that you want to use a lot of salt. The one thing about salt too is even the stainless steel salt water can be corrosive because chloride is corrosive.
Yeah, start some rouging on your stainless. Get that into your hash, little hash rouge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing in hash extraction that can be, expanded upon at this point is figuring out a mechanical separation at a lower temp. And Dr. Mark's probably better at knowing what compounds or what things you could possibly use that are not
Yeah.
non-corrosive or non, whatever is going to damage the outer skin essentially of the trichome head. But the whole thing with water hash specifically is trying to maintain the integrity of the trichome head so that you can actually still capture it. It's, like the whole water solubility, while that may, like, my main concern with anything, with whatever you're washing in, whatever the water or whatever it is, my main concern is whether or not that thing is going to burst the head. I'm not as worried about anything else I'm not really worried about like the water solubility of the terps, because like if the trichome head is still intact, I don't have to worry about the water solubility. But as soon as it's burst open, now I do.
Right.
And so the whole strain dependent thing is dealing with that essentially. The varieties that halfway burst, the immature heads burst, some heads burst, only the most mature ones don't. Those are the varieties that like you get a decent yield, but the water also smells a good amount. And that's where you have some that burst and some that don't at 32 degrees. Whereas like, your cookies and cream that water doesn't smell at all hardly, because all the heads are mostly all cannabinoids and there's very little terps in them, or what terps there are, they're mostly sesquiterps. So you just really the heads don't burst and therefore the water doesn't absorb it.
Interesting. Well, I've never, as much as I've photographed cannabis heads, and maybe when you say burst, you're talking about that layer that is attached to the stalk. Maybe it's breached and it's leaking out. I never really seen burst heads. I've seen stretched heads, and I've seen, sort of remnants of heads. But in my macro photography, what I didn't really see, I'll tell you, when I first macro photographed microplaned heads, that was an eye opener, because I was like, okay, this is another corner cutter for sure, because these heads are shredded. It was the first time I'd actually seen heads completely shredded, like bits of diamonds. That's what it looked like, little diamondy flakes. Whereas my trichome heads, even after rough beating and squeezing and like collecting, I'd take a macro photograph and it would just look like balls. Like none of them would be burst or exploded.
That's
but
for dry sift though. That's for dry sift you're talking. Because
no, I'm talking about wet washing, bubble hash.
Well, I mean, like one of the main things we do to know if something is going to wash is just take a black glove and touch the trichome heads on the fresh plant, right? If the shit bursts and turns into oil and it's like slick on your fingers, guaranteed not going to wash. And that's not anything new. We've known that for a lot of years. And the stuff that where you touch it and you look at your finger and you can see the intact trichome head and it hasn't burst, those are going to wash a lot better. And that's generally well known. And that's just like, that's the head bursting essentially at that temperature. The question becomes, at what temperature does that trichome head harden, right? So some varieties, it may be room temperature. It's not hard at all because it has so much terps. And then it might be 55 degrees for some varieties. And then it might be -7 like it is for cherry pie. I mean, like you cannot wash cherry pie. And whatever you do get, if you make rosin from it, it's literally, it's just soup. Like you can't even collect it off the paper. And there's a pretty significant amount of varieties that do this, where even if you do get any hash from your wash, it's basically uncollectible. Because as soon as you touch them, even in a cold room, even right out the bag, it literally just smears right into your wash bag or whatever it is. And it's pretty obvious what the problem is there. If you look at that stuff under a trichome or under a microscope, it's trichome heads. There's nothing different about it than the stuff that doesn't smear at 32 degrees. So what is it about the distribution of compounds inside of the trichome head that makes this one unstable at 32 and the other one stable at 32?
The thickness of the wax.
I don't think that's it.
I know, but it's either or. We have no idea. It could easily be the thickness of the wax. It could easily not be the thickness of the wax. I can tell you this much. I've never had a. I've never.
Like when you make rosin, it stays liquid at 32. That's what I'm saying,
Right.
right? So like we know the internals are unstable at that temperature.
Yeah, I just mean I've never made a bubble hash that I've been unable to collect the resin from the bag. I've never, like what you're talking about, like having it just glue to the bag. I've always been able to create a cold enough temperature where I can collect that resin. And some of it has been like, if you just look at it the wrong way, it greases. But that just requires a much, much colder environment to collect and to wash and to, and then eventually when you pull it out as a bone dry powder, it just turns into a solid chunk of hash within like 3 minutes of being exposed to the heat. But that's
Right,
what most of my 6-star does.
Why do some varieties that are 99% trichome heads do that and some varieties don't at that same temperature?
I've always assumed that it has to do with, the quality of the grow, the quality of the resin, the different genetics of the resins. I don't pretend to know exactly, and really it's mostly just theory. I'd love for the science to come out on it where people really go down and break that in and can explain it to us. But
I mean, I think it's sitting right in front of us is what I'm saying. Like we know these terpenes and stuff are alcohol compounds. We know what alcohol does to other stuff. So you just add a high enough concentration of a low freezing point compound to another compound, it's going to lower the freezing point of the mixture.
Sure. There's just so many other compounds in there that we aren't perceiving. I'm guessing that has something to do with it as well. And so when you try to figure something out,
we just know that those are really low freezing point compounds. That's why they're volatile and volatilize into the air.
Exactly. And the louder it is,
we know that they're these highly volatile compounds that need low temps. Even if I don't know exactly which one it is in each variety, I just know that they're highly volatile because they vaporize at room temperature easily.
We learned this from hash congealing in the fridge at like 2 degrees Celsius. So super close to zero. They put it in there and I was like, this isn't cold enough. It has to be at like -20 or this hash is going to self-press and then you'll never get it out of the jar again. And in the end, that very same hash that we sold back to the company that paid us to make it, they ended up ruining all of it by giving it to a third party without explaining the very important SOP that this shit has to be only be done in a cold room, because it was a 5-star hash. Within like 10 minutes at room temperature, it would just a kilo of it would turn into a small block, like a pound of butter or whatever.
Exactly.
It was unfortunate. They tried to charge us $25,000.
I'm saying there's varieties that will do that under freezing even, which is, and that's my point, is like there's like cherry pie will do that at 7 degrees Celsius.
So I'm guessing why that is much more complicated than what we're assuming, that there are so many different compounds and ratios of compounds that are present that until we can see those, we're going to be blind or guessing or talking like it's the terps, right? Like it's the terps. It's like, well, there's a whole lot of other stuff.
What else is in a trichome head other than whatever terpene compounds and then cannabinoids? And most of the cannabinoids we know the properties of because
all of the other aromatic volatiles, esters and thiols and thiolates, all of those compounds exist as well. We're not perceiving those compounds.
And those
so it could be
low freezing point compounds, right?
Absolutely.
That's why they're volatile.
Yes, that is why they're volatile.
That's all I'm saying. Is like we do know what's in it. It's cannabinoids and low volatile compounds. So
yeah, we just don't know which ones and which ratios.
No,
I
don't know which one.
That's why they create a difference.
Certain varieties. Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why we say, hey, why is this one like this and this one is like that? It's like, oh, because something's going on that we're not perceiving. So then we create theories, which was what we're doing right now. And then who knows, in 10 years from now, when science hopefully catches us up to what is going on in these compounds, because I really want to know. And I'm like Skunkman Sam. I want to know. I don't just want to guess or have a theory about it. I want to be like, no, like, why the fuck? Because the more we know, the more we could focus on, well, this is what we're going to do now, because we now know that these are actually the trichomes that we want to be producing, or how, whatever genetic structure or gene synthase that is present. I don't pretend to know, but I know that when it hits my bowl, that's when I know. That's when I come in. I'm like, oh yeah, this is the one.
Well, I guess the main question is, if it's not that, what is it then? or what isn't it, right? What isn't it? I mean, right? What else could it possibly be if it isn't that then?
Yeah. Well, who
I like
knows? Go ahead,
I
Ryan.
like the idea about like the types that we know that unless you're under super controlled environment, you really can't mess with them too much from like a home making perspective or a small scale, even small to mid. But I like the idea like from the breeding angle in for even just like driven towards making the best plants for either at home or production, which that's my breeding for 20 plus has been actually towards that, just for the best plants I can see here at the farm or at home. And I like I'm trying to work on here myself with meeting the happy medium, so where those types that I can mess with but they're not going to produce, at least for the hash side, where the flower, they're great. It's just loud, literally so loud that the whole essence is all over the plant, and obviously maybe bleeding through membrane of the cell wall. I'm not sure, but there's some obvious differences with these like really dumper, keeper, whatever you want to call them, hash plants of the contemporary hash plants that I'm getting some results with, like adding those types that are no question that the heads fall off, and then trying to meet with, I'm still working on some. It's taken a long time to even get the profile to wash at all. But I think like after a year for this one I've been working on for a year or so, we'll get that to happen. So liking the idea of like where we know those two realms or like binaries exist for plants and a lot in the middle, but taking some extreme ends where it's like the more non-washer for the hobbyist or smaller scale, but that are so loud that you can bring it to the table at some point where you're actually going to see the hash yield increase with it, or something that's actually viable for the profile to be explored by people either at home or for a smaller scale.
Brian, in my experience, one of the main things to try to get, like, for example, like HP 13 doesn't wash, but it's super terpy. We also know that it's very low in THC, right? It's like a 15%, or it's one of those old schools. Well, the thing is like there's only two ways to like get that plant through breeding to wash better. And it's either to lower the terpene content so that the THC to terp ratio will still freeze at 32, or you can raise the THC content or cannabinoid content so as to stabilize that same volume of terps. So like these varieties that don't want to wash, it may be really difficult to like one thing everybody knows, GMO, it's super terpy, probably because it has lots of sesquiterps, but also because it has really big trichome heads. So because the head's bigger, just like Rob said, you can actually fit more cannabinoids and more terps in it and still get a similar ratio that's freezable. And it's like the same thing with a lot of these terp compounds. Like if we think about it just as a volume, let's just say it's like 10 milliliters of cannabinoid terp soup inside your trichome head. Like if you put 10% of a -20 freezing point terp in there, just like if we're making it artificially, and then we take that same thing and put a -60, the same volume, right? That -60 mixture is going to have a much lower freezing point as a trichome head than the thing that has the same volume of something that's point of -20. So it's just like, what volume of what compounds do you have, and how much does that destabilize the volume of cannabinoids that you have, right? And that can all be changed by just changing the volume of the trichome head by getting, let's say, a larger trike and getting a lot of trikes in your 160. So in my experience with breeding, it's been easier to try to just increase the trichome head size and maintain whatever terp mixture that you have than it is to try to like make the head wash better somehow, because you inevitably lose some of those compounds that you wanted to make it wash better if the trichome head's size hasn't changed.
That's interesting where you just brought in GMO. So for my gas mask, I just like in the last couple of years threw in a fraction of that GMO onto the mask for like basically building the mask, the headband kosher mac
is what it is over the last 5 to 6 years for that hash sided input on the male end for my own work. And the GMO hit it. And you're kind of, I'm learning from what you're saying, where paying attention to the head size. So obviously something happened with the GMO input in, and I'm seeing like, I like that input as a male from what I'm seeing, and you've done a lot of breeding, but where it actually lets the profiles speak out, I'm not seeing, a ton of the progeny on the F1 from a loud type meets that, that male end built up. But I'm seeing like a split off the F1 close to that or something. And I'm, again, that's the input I'm working on, a really loud line right now that I think one more hit, I'm going to see some of the kids make hash that actually have mom's profile. So,
well, I think that's what you would expect from an F1, is that you're really not going to get the outliers. You're going to get mostly the stuff in the middle that's about 50% both parents. So it might be a little bit bigger head, but it's also a little bit less terpy or whatever it is that you're trying to like breed for. Really, you want to go, F2 or F2 back to F1 or F3 or BX1s or whatever direction you want to go with it. I generally recommend doing all of them because it's just a lot easier to.
That's what I'm doing.
It's way harder to know what you're going to get. It's a lot easier to just do the work and pop the seeds and find out.
It's
But
fun to do the
in my
exploration.
experience with trying to improve varieties for hash.
Thank you.
Well, definitely strains like GMO and papaya and Chemdog are known for that high trichome density. Get those bred in there and going to increase your.
Off you go.
Yeah. Create those dumpers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really like the yield to me, like basically here's the math that makes sense to me is, let's say you have two varieties like honey banana, one that washes really well, and Chem D, let's say, that doesn't wash very well. They both test at like 30% THC or whatever it is. They're relatively pretty close to each other. But why does one yield half what the other one does? There's obviously the same amount of resin on both buds. So why are we only able to capture half the amount of trichome heads? And that could be due to a lot of reasons. But the most prominent reason is that you either have heads that have stuck to each other and you can't capture them through the screen, and you'll see them clusters stuck in your 220 bag, or they burst into the water and you now can't capture them, or they stick to the material and don't filter down or whatever it is. But the same amount of resin is on both plants. So why are we only capturing half the amount? And I mean, this was all obvious with BHO because like when you blast both of those varieties, they yield about the same amount.
Well, BHO is unique too, because that will get all the resin off of bulbous heads, and there's a lot of bulbous heads on some cultivars, whereas water hash does not wash bulbous heads at all. They just don't separate in mechanical separations well at all. So you could photograph the material after you've washed it, and the bulbous heads that are like on the plant are still there, whereas the capitate stalks and the sessels have been removed. I always thought that was, and I don't know this for sure by any means, but it definitely seems like it has to be some part of it, because we don't get those
that's probably 25% of the resin, I would guess, on the surface of the plant that you're talking about. But we have varieties that are like both 30% THC, but one yields like 10 grams from a pound and the other one yields like 150 grams from a pound,
Well, and who knows what lab tested it. It's like, there's so many different variables that could play into that. It's
we have like varieties like GMO and stuff. They've been tested so many times in so many places. We know that they're consistent,
right?
Like 10 years worth of testing in Oregon of the same variety grown the same, and it's always test the same, is a pretty good indicator.
Yeah, it is definitely a pretty good indication. 10 years, you said?
Yeah, we've been growing varieties for 10 years and putting them on the market in Oregon, and they get tested every time they go to market.
Yeah. And that's pretty much consistent. It's usually just 30%.
Well, like Moonbow 112, for example, is always 27 to 29%. Every once in a while, we'll get a lab test that's like 30 or 30.7 or something like that. Could be cultivation, could be lab error, but it's always like over 25 and close to 30, somewhere in that range, you know.
Mhm.
It's same thing with like OG. Every time I've ever had OG tested, it's right around 19 to 21% for whatever reason, you know.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it obviously there's a lot going on that we don't fully understand because yeah, so there's people that enjoy 15% more than 30, and there's people that enjoy 30 more than 15. I guess it's a very subjective thing, this cannabis experience that we're having.
I mean, for 20 years, everyone said that the Purple Indica clone that I have, that's from the 80s, is the strongest weed they smoked. It's never tested higher than 15%.
Wow. And what else? It has
15.6
some
or
novel
something, I think.
things going on in it.
Who knows? But like you're saying, I don't think that people's perception of potency has less to do with the percentage than it does everything else.
Yeah,
And then the
I
other
think
thing
so
I think
too.
that's interesting when people are always talking about potency is like, do you know anybody when they like grab a bud that actually weighs the bud and says, I'm going to smoke 0.25 grams exactly?
No,
No. So it's like if you just smoked zero point 0.5 of some 15% and didn't know it, and then smoked 0.25 of some 0.3, technically you ingested the same amount of THC, right?
right.
So it's like unless you're actually weighing your dabs exactly or weighing everything, the amount of like THC in each hit or in each session or whatever your consumption method is, the amount you smoke is probably going to play a bigger role than the actual difference between 20 and 30%.
It's true.
Like,
It's
I don't know
crazy,
anybody
this rabbit
that
hole.
rolls joints and every single joint they roll is 0.7 or 1 or 1.5. It's like, no, it's different every time. So, what does THC matter very much if you're not going to be consistent with your consumption volume?
Well, I guess now these companies are supposed to be so consistent with the weight of the pre-rolled joints and whatnot that it's yeah, it's a weird thing to watch it be commoditized, to just watch it turn into and I guess lots of people are fine with that.
Well, it's all this like sales pitchy shit, you know, where it's just like it doesn't like the whole THC potency thing, like it means anything, and that's kind of what we're talking about. Is like they all these people try to sell you on whatever this benefit is that they have, but in real world application, it makes almost no difference. The difference between 20 and 30% THC.
Yeah. Well, I'm about to smoke some 65%.
I mean,
My new flower.
I've always been interested too. Like we have the hash and then it tests for like whatever percentage of cannabinoids and whatever percentage of terpenes and stuff they're testing for, but what's all the other 12% that's not in the lab test or whatever it is?
Exactly. The stuff we can't perceive, man. It is the
Right.
unseen.
It just appears that all that stuff destabilizes the trichome head for whatever reason, temperature wise.
Quite possible.
So it makes
Keep puffing
grief.
out of there. Is that like a who blew that piece? Fletch. Who blew your
What's that?
piece? Who blew your
Oh,
glass pipe?
that's a max
I thought
attachment.
so.
Yeah.
That is a little Puffco max attachment. That's what's up,
Right.
dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody like always wanted to use water on their hash pipes. And I was like, I don't really get it. You know, it just wasn't, I don't know. It just never did anything for me. And I guess maybe that was kind of growing up in the era where the screen and the pipe with the dry sift was considered the pinnacle.
Well, also, how good would your water taste if you dabbed through that with water in it? Just 3 or 4 dabs, and pour that into a little shot glass and just give that to any cannabis enthusiast and be like, taste this new beverage I'm working on. They'd be like, oh, that tastes so fucking good, man. What is that? It's like, it's all my terps that I didn't inhale because I filtered my shit through water.
You get the
Go
rig
figure.
stainers for sure. You know, there's definite rig stainer varieties. That's no doubt.
I hit dry more often than not. Sometimes I'll put water in, sometimes I like the chug. My mind psychologically feels like if I can get the water helping me, I'll get more into my lungs. But
I mean, I think it does cool the smoke. I mean, I would think it has to, because
Sure.
chugging it through water, and then the reason you get all that buildup in the water is because the smoke is condensing when it hits the water. So
Wow. Smoke and dabs are different. Smoking through water, and I would never say to
no, I mean,
anyone
like
to
when you have
taste
a
that.
Puffco with
Sure.
water in it, you get way more sludge than you would when it's dry. You know, like
Yeah,
I've been
because it's condensing in the water.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're losing something, obviously, you know.
100%. 100%. I have a pipe full of rosin at the bottom right now that I desperately need to today actually after Hash Church, I'm cleaning the ship. The ship is getting cleaned. There it is in a nutshell. You've been quiet today, Etienne. You must have some things to say and tell us and inspire us with. Oh, how about we tell them about Wade's GoFundMe and we get more people on that?
Yeah, unfortunately, Monica has, what Wade's widow has met with a few unfortunate realities that have come across, that happened with the passing, and then another family friend, member, pardon me, unfortunately got cancer as well. So it's been challenging to raise funds. So we've been trying to point people to Wade's GoFundMe, so that we can reach the goal of 50,000. It does. We've gotten over the 40,000 mark, and it's just yeah, cost of reality of burying person, and of course, in dealing with the realities of life are challenging for everybody. So we're asking for the community to please step up. And if you have any spare change, anything that you have that's available fund wise, please contribute to the GoFundMe and share it with friends, etc. If you were touched in any way by what Wade did, we ask if it is possible to please help and support Monica. And she's doing her best to heal. Of course, she's dealing with a new life and lifestyle. So Wade showed us the transition from life into the next world with grace and honor. And Monica is also part of our extended hash family as well. So again, if y'all have the availability, the people at Puffco and others have all donated, and everybody, if it's anybody has anything possible, please donate to Wade's, and Bubble Man will be sharing it if he hasn't already shared it in
Yeah, I shared
chat.
it. I
Yeah.
shared it. And yeah, it won't the funds just won't be released until the number gets hit. And that's the real problem. It's not like, it had a different number been written at the start, like 30 or 40 or 20, it would have already been released. But that's how it works at GoFundMe. So we're trying to get her over the top there. I wanted to thank this French gentleman that came out. I'm terrible that I forgot his name, but he was driving up to Whistler with his mother. They were going to have a little couple of day vacation up there. And, he's a working dude. And he said, I'm not a rich guy. I don't have a lot, but he dropped off a couple $100. And I put it on the GoFundMe. I think it was actually his couple $100 that brought the GoFundMe over $40,000. So shout out to him for just being kind and making a little detour out of his way on his vacation with his mom to donate a couple $100. That was pretty generous. And obviously Monica is super deserving of this. She was angelic in how she cared for Wade in those last years of his life. And I just just Wade was a big part of our family here, and we're obviously not going to rest until we know that this cycle has been complete, and that's really making sure this GoFundMe goes through and that she can pay these unfortunate bills and things that have popped up since the passing.
Hey, there is something I did want to talk about, which kind of falls along, and it was sort of inspired by you, Mossy Giant. as you were working on and doing history. I've been working alongside, of course, a group called Veterans Action Council, which I helped found 5 years ago this month. And we've been working alongside the Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, which happen to be the largest veterans service organization in the United States. And we're putting together a veterans list of U.S. veterans on the front line of cannabis reform. And currently the list stands at 83, but of course it starts off with, Dr. Timothy Leary, Dr. Mike Alcalay, David Allen, George Armstrong. I'm included in it, of course. Jack Herrera is in it. Dennis Perone is in it. And yeah, we're compiling this list. So if we need to put it up. We have it up on our social media, but we're looking to add more United States veterans to this list of those that have led the way over the decades, like Amber Center. We've got, of course, people like John Zwirling, people who have been historically, we're looking as far back as, as I said, Dr. Timothy Leary, you know what I'm saying? Because he was integral even when he was a clinical psychologist. Believed exactly in, the height that he was being told until he saw what was happening as a clinical psychologist in the military and exposed himself and came out, of course, on the other side. And of course, he was the person to actually challenge at the Supreme Court, cannabis and win. So, this is just a passion project that we're working towards because it looks like they're going to try and get it into the National Archives and then in time into the Smithsonian because cannabis culture is as the United Nation recognizes it as its own culture. And our culture spans 5,000, plus years of, human history that's documented, right? So, yeah, I just wanted to, again, thank you for that inspiration, Peter, because, yeah, we're putting together a dossier of each one of those veterans and what they did and how the contributions to it. So, we're doing our best to save our history because even military history and um, military culture is its own culture because it's its own subset of society. So we're kind of encapsulating multi pieces of history together in one as you do so visually. So thank you for that inspiration.
It's incredible, and I hope this many people of this list can end up in the works that are about to be made in the future. So we visualize the list.
Oh yeah, we've got people like, Frenchie Cannoli, we've got, a huge cast of characters of people here in the United States that have, spawned, all throughout, the history since Prohibition and, with the first person in 1909, busted at the border. It's just such an unfortunate, rich tapestry of history that spread so fast and so fervently through the world, right? It became, unfortunately, a tangled fabric very quickly that unfortunately caused lots of chaos, harm, abuse, and most importantly, a distrust in the police.
Absolutely. Well, I'm very happy to hear that you're doing this documenting work.
We have to do our history, right? Because a lot of it isn't necessarily written. That's what I appreciate about your visual history because history books are boring. People do
Yeah,
not like reading, especially in this day and age. And one of the great things about your artwork is, again, how intricate it is. And every time you look at it, you see something different. You see something unique with something very challenging You know, it's very Mort Drucker, Mad Magazine-ish in the sense that you fill in every possible area with something that is, you know, how do you do that? You know what I'm saying? You kind of have the big picture, but you kind of get in these little doodle areas where you build layers of different things that at the back, at a distance, you can't really see, but as you get closer, you can definitely see it. And then you understand the history. It's such an twined web. It's challenging.
Very challenging, puzzling every day. It's not easy, but it's something I have to do. And yeah, it's like a dance with pen and ink. And through the stories that I hear from you guys, finding inspiration in the stories that the plant has provided us, like the people like Jack Harrer. It's incredible to keep those stories alive through art, and I think you can bring those stories to a broader range of people through art, because most
Absolutely.
will be attracted to it.
Yeah. It's good. The passion. I was talking to Jody Emery yesterday at this cannabis event here in North Vancouver that was happening that my friend Tyler was putting on. And it was a lot of different brands and companies. I saw the Great Gardener was there. My partners were there with their brand High Maintenance. And I saw Johnny B was there with his Medtainers. And yeah, it was an interesting, I had a point I wanted to make and I totally lost my point. So I went to this event. Who did I mention I saw first?
Great Gardener.
No, it wasn't the Great Gardener. It's gone. I'm too stoned. I
Damn, that hash is
apologize.
good.
It's really good, dude. I'm telling you. And I'm like 5 or 6 bowls into it. I've been like chuffing it like a fiend. And more importantly, I ate like twice the amount of milligrams last night. So I got up at like 8:40 this morning. I was just like, my wife was like, hey, you got to go do hash church. I was like, oh my God, I'm so baked right now. Like, all right, let's just operate. I feel like I'm underwater. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go down and set this up. But it was nice and mellow. So yeah, it'll come back to me maybe, or maybe not. I probably had a point to make at one point.
All
I
right.
might smoke weed, but I do edibles.
Yeah,
Doing
exactly.
edibles is like doing drugs, you know.
I
Can
know, man.
can be. It can be.
Oh, Jody Emery, right. So yeah, she's doing this thing called Fair Cannabis, and she's pretty awesome, man. She's talking about, what you're talking about, Peter, is, with your passion, you're bringing people, like Etienne says, like they're looking up at the or you said with the police looking up at the paintings. There's so much to see in the art, and it's this passion, right, that you light. Well, what Jody was talking about was she wants to take the passion and turn it into action. So she has this cool little thing called Fair Cannabis, and I won't go too deep into it because she did say, hey, I should come on Hash Church and talk more about Fair Cannabis, but it's growing into something that it's not yet. It's not exactly what it's going to be, but I caught a glimpse of it and I thought, this is a pretty cool thing. And it's perfectly suited for Jody and Jody's works. And it allows people at the place where they're about to buy cannabis. And just briefly, she had an iPad. She said, want to get these in the dispensaries. You can go through the Fair Cannabis, and it's like there's like 6 or 9 different tabs. And if you want to learn about, say, lounges, you hit on the lounge button and it opens up this whole page that says, what are lounges? Why do we not have lounges yet? There are some civil disobedient lounge, just all the lounge information. And then at the bottom, there's 4 places to do a call to actually make an action, like to sign a thing or to reach out to. So she's connected the groups of people who are working on those issues and putting it in a place that while you're buying cannabis, you can kind of turn your cannabis passion into action. I thought that was a really cool thing. So we'll probably have her on next Sunday to come talk about Fair Cannabis. I think Fair Cannabis is a good thing.
Bong rip.
Yes, I think you should do a bong rip. I'm like 12 bong rips in, but maybe I could do another one, I guess. Why not? Kind of like drank all my water. I'm looking forward to getting out into my garden, to be honest. It's been all morning. Get into the garden and clean it up. And hopefully
Well,
I'll see you again soon, Mossy Giant. Where am I going to see? Where can we see you in the upcoming months here? Sorry, Mark.
I'm just going to be here in the studio working. Not many,
Okay,
so I'll be here in the studio grinding away.
perfect.
Yeah, getting ready for the next chapters, designing the new book for Mexico. And
Well, maybe we can involve you. I did talk when I was there last March at, making a point on doing a Legends of Hash in Amsterdam to celebrate the legend that is Dave Watson. I believe Fletch was involved in that conversation as well. But we want to do that, and that would be, the original legends. We always did the placards. I don't think I have them. They're in. Oh no, here they are. So we did these simple placards. They weren't always like hand drawn. That's one that was hand drawn for Legends of Hashish.
awesome.
So this was on everyone's table when they came, right? And then they could open it up and they could read about that particular legend. This one was Sidi Kidi, who served in Morocco as the Pantheon saint of Keef and Keef smokers. But we'd like to do one for Dave, and I think people would travel to such a thing. I've talked to Jair and a few other folks locally who were, who could help us find venues, make sure that it was on point. It's certainly not to try and produce any profits of any sort. Any profits that are produced, I'll donate to Diane and the family. Of course, I don't want any profits from that, but I'll run it as a Legends, as I've always run it, where it's a cost of a ticket, and we'll get some sponsors, and we'll bring in a real special event to just promote. We always joked, everyone always took Dave the wrong way that wasn't deep in the community and touched to him. They'd always just take him the wrong way. And, one of the things was they thought that we were celebrating ourselves as legends of hashish. And that was just not the case in any way, shape, or form. We were celebrating actual legends. And if you came to the party, you would learn that from your placard that sat at your table. But he did say, hey, when I'm dead, you can celebrate me as a legend of hash. And I'm like, of course I would celebrate you. You are the legends of hash, dude. What are you talking about? So we'll get you involved in that in some way or another. You can maybe design the placards for the tables, the Mossy Giant, Skunkman Sam, Dave Watson celebration legends of hash style.
Be
Hey,
great.
That'd be pretty cool.
just for a second, let's see. Bob Gnarly, Alex Plays. Hi. For what it's worth, this is a real beard. This is not a glue on. These are people in chat who are talking shit about my beard because I use it.
Dude, someone's been asking you about that beard for like 45 minutes. How long it take you to build that, grow that awesome neck beard at, yeah?
It's very thin, but it just covers some scars that I have. So, just for me, it's been my comfortability thing. I grew up in the South, so everybody had funny hair. I used to have it alongside a very long, curly mustache that used to be split in the middle. But when I was working for Ed Rosenthal, when you have a huge curly beard, you get noticed very easily. So I shaved the mustache. So I was more incognito because our grows were in unsavory parts of town, and in savory parts of town, it's best to again be vanilla, not be so outish. So I shaved the mustache, and ever since then, I've kept the beard. But I've been shaving my head since 18 because I didn't like my hair, and it was just more easily to manage by just shaving it, right? Right, Fletch, right? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
It's easy
that's
just to clip it
pro code.
yourself,
Nothing to get
you know,
caught in the fans.
right? I don't even know what does even a haircut cost nowadays. The last time I got a haircut was when after the Gulf War, I went and got a nice shave and a haircut, and it was like literally like $5.
Oh, you could do it in Canada for like 19 US or 4,567 Canadian.
Etienne, you said
Yeah.
you were smoking some of the first Dave coming back, didn't you? You were talking about that.
I was smoking
saw
the
that.
joint I was smoking earlier is still part of it because a friend gave me a quarter pound of this weed, and yeah, I've been smoking on it daily, thinking about him, setting up love, and every time on Hash Church, that joint I've been smoking for the last couple of weeks have been, the first harvest of Dave weed, and I'm very proud to have it and smoke it. And I shared it with a friend of mine, and he actually shared it with people at the Grateful Dead tour. And, because I guess the Dead were in town and they were all getting together and having a good old time. So, yeah, it's been wonderful to watch David's proliferation and joy. And not only that, I took a special joint and burned it at the California State Fair because it seemed right and only fitting that David be burned properly at the state fair, which was a California competition. He would unfortunately pass away here, but he started here, so it seemed like the perfect kind of circle to have it. And I burned it as honor. I shared it on social media kind of cryptically, but yeah, it was a respect to you as well, Fletch, and all those, Ryan, who were, there for, Diana. And it's just a reminder of, how influential he has been in all of our lives and how we will keep him alive through these stories and through these memories.
For sure. No, I think we need to grow something and win with it, so he can get his final cup. He got the first cannabis cup. Well, get him a final one too.
Oh, that would be
Totally.
fitting, right? I know people are working on breeding, so they're actually having seeds in the end, potentially, of, David grown products. So, there's influence flowing throughout gardens throughout the world beautifully.
As
Sounds
it should
great.
be. Ryan
Peter,
just brought me my ashes. Sorry, go ahead, Archive.
Peter, I was curious. You're doing like the history of cannabis. Have you considered doing it for like strains or varieties as well? Because I think you could probably draw a lot of inspiration from that as well, just because it also has all the stories. The strains are such an integral part of what branding has become, I guess, today in cannabis. And I could probably help you get samples you could smoke to get a little inspiration too.
No, that's something that we definitely have spoken about, uh, focusing on certain strains. Also, we figured, when we were doing the Dutch, shall we focus on all the coffee shops? But at one point, we started realizing that we should focus on the people first. Uh, the Dave Watsons, the old pioneers that paved the way for what you guys are doing. I've been really
Absolutely.
enjoying the conversation, by the way. It's incredible to listen to you guys speak about the way you extract with all the temp. It's incredible. It's very inspiring to listen to. But I think like listening to you speak about cannabis and listening to how your knowledge about strains and certain I think you could give us the great information to make the art for it.
I'd be happy to help you. I mean, I'm really mostly genetic focused to a certain degree. American clone onlys, I guess, would be more my lane, I guess. But yeah, I'd be happy to help. It's easy. It's just a jar of weed and a story for me. So
Yeah, no,
it's
that's here
I'd be happy to help you with it or work on it or give you inspiration or whatever it is.
and just listening to this conversation right now, I have a sketchbook here. I've been writing down all kinds of things that just been keep popping up. Like I've been hearing so much Grateful Dead intertwined in this whole conversation. Certain strain names that keep coming back, and that's interesting to talk about and to that visualize that into art and tell the story of that particular strain or person. And it's incredible to hear and be inspired by. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think one thing too that's interesting about, to give respect to Ryan, cultivars that go around the world is that it's almost the one universal language that stoners have around the world at this point. Like we may not speak the same language, but if we both know OG Kush or Skunk Number One or Haze, and we have the same, now we're talking the same language already as growers or smokers, and it's pretty interesting to that, because of the genetic trade that's from all these people we're talking about that went around the world. One of the fabrics of the cannabis society that really holds it together is the cultivars themselves, because they've been shared so far and wide, and so many people's story, their business, their future, their branding has all come from that one cultivar.
Yeah, incredible. And it holds so much power. It's worth telling those stories for sure. Yeah.
It's an interesting language that everybody speaks, especially if you're all growing the same stuff. I mean, like if you bought skunk number one seeds in the 80s, every guy I know that's older than me that talks about that, it was like a pivotal moment in cannabis cultivation, because it was the first commercially available variety that could be, or producing variety that was available commercially, like where you could actually order it from a catalog. And it's like everybody from back then has a story of those first skunk one seeds that hit Alaska, hit Washington, hit Michigan, hit everywhere in the world. It's just cool to see it continue to happen.
Absolutely. And now for Sam's ashes to be grown in cannabis all over the world and taken to state fairs and events and concerts. And I just think it's super, super cool. I've got mine. I'm holding on to them. I'm going to get some skunk number one, and I'm going to get some special haze. And those are the two that I want to put his ashes into. Very much like Sam, I had a huge respect for skunk number one, right? That was his baby. That's the one he produced. But his favorite was haze. And so I want to grow some haze with his ashes.
My friend here has that 1987 skunk number one that we're talking about, like, what to do about it. I was even going to talk to you about it some other time too.
Nice.
Yeah.
That sounds like something proper.
Yeah. It sounded like some of the last stories Sam told, actually, that, or like the history there with skunk, that 87 skunk was the last year that he claimed it was the roadkill, or the real stinky, raunchy skunk. So yeah, they're just trying to, commemorate him somehow too. I grew a whole bunch. I got heirloom tomatoes in the garden this year, kind of going back to with the first conversation with Sam, where he asked what I had growing for strains of tomatoes. And then I answered with pineapple, because I caught on to pineapple slicer heirloom out west when I was there, which like changed my whole mindset and game for tomatoes in general. But yeah, I have some videos too I'll talk to you about to send your way.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah. Love to see
Beautiful.
what you do for. You've been working so hard on your gardens, Marcus. I'd like to, see it someday if you share it here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting close to, we've got some work left still. It's all like growing cannabis back in the day has definitely taught me how to listen to plants better. And then I'm no expert at it by any means, and I make mistakes, but I learn from those mistakes, and I take my plants pretty seriously. I want to take care of them. I don't want them, like, if they're looking a little rough, I'm like, holy shit, what happened? My plant's been out drinking all night and it's hung over. Got to take care of this motherfucker. He's like partying too hard. But no, it makes you feel good when you care for your plants and they're healthy around your property. And I've got some cannabis plants, but not a ton. Most of my garden is other sort of plants and shrubs and trees and stuff.
You have some big ladies outside though, growing.
Yeah, they're not huge, maybe like 4 or 5 feet tall right now, just in like a 7-gallon pot.
Great.
Couple Planet Bang Bangs from Exotic Mike that my buddy Jay gave me, and then he gave me one other one, and I don't remember it for the life of me, but it's not a Planet Bang Bang or a Planet Papaya at all. It's something completely different.
Planet
Masterpiece,
Bang.
maybe. Yeah, Planet Bang Bang?
I don't.
It's
I just thought the name was funny.
it is funny.
What's the lineage? What do you got?
Well, it's not mine. It's my buddy Jay who got it from Exotic. And it's like Planet Sherb and Blueberry Bang Bang. I think is what the genetics. You could look it up on his site. I could look it up real quick.
Jesus Christ, the names, people. My God, the names. Can we just?
What? Yeah,
Gotta have a name.
Fletch, do
I
you have
know, but we have. Oh,
anything
jeez.
going on? That
Yeah, we can do better. I just think, I don't know. I think people are taking the easiest way out, but okay. But I've always had problems with names, except, the things that just don't smell like they do. Because earlier on, right, they smelled like usually the name kind of
Well,
is
it's
referenced.
the cultivar was Blueberry Bang Bang, and that got crossed with all these different things, which created Papaya Bang Bang, Planet Bang Bang. I
uh,
think there's like another few of them, but yeah, it's a lot.
I love the
There's no
name.
no chitty chitty.
Maybe there's a Chitty Chitty. There might be.
There will be
Yeah,
next round.
yeah,
There
yeah.
it is.
I'm working on that right now.
It's already made.
So yeah, Planet Sherb was Sunset Sherb crossed with Falcon 9. And that's what he used. He took that Planet Sherb and he crossed it with that Blueberry Bang Bang. And then I guess created Planet Bang Bang. So yeah, just take the name from. They're nice cultivars. My friend that grew them did a very good job. They produced 6-star full melt hash, very different resins, but both like equally as nice when they melted. They're both one's much greasier and one's more dry, but the minute you hold a flame to both of them, they just go wet. And they're very, very flavorful full melts. I'm hoping to get some soon. I might have a little bit less left of. Well, that was the masterpiece. I think I have one of those plants. VZOD.
Did it taste like Bang Bang though?
Papaya Bang. I don't know what Bang Bang tastes like, but it's got a fruity flavor profile to it. The papaya one's really nice. The planet one, this is the papaya Bang Bang right here. Some 6-star bubble hash that he made from it. You could very nice hash that melts
I'm
into
with
a
Ed Can.
liquid.
I like the varieties to represent kind of either what they're from, if it's Chem Dog, then try to keep it chemically or something, something relative.
Yeah,
But
yeah, for
I
sure.
think we're past that point in the game.
Yeah,
It's like if
it
you
gets
have a
far.
variety that has a specific smell and flavor, then I think it's best to try to do that. But yeah, now it's too much stuff coming out too fast, so
I
it's too
can't
hard
keep up with it, I'll tell you that much.
either.
Like
My,
at
my
all.
one of my new names because of all this and stuff is actually called Bandwidth, and it's a headband. Yeah, it's a headband cross that I just went on with a bunch of gas, basically GMO gas mask, everything.
I mean, I think in the future, it would just be nice if we could figure out the full aromatic volatile profile, and that stamp would mean what that name is with whatever profile of cannabinoid that's there. Like it would just be nice to know the actual chemovaric makeup of the plant, and then you don't have to be like, oh, this Albert Walker's different. It's like, yeah, because it's not that at all. Some motherfucker just named it that. And it would just be nice to have the footprint to go along with it, or the fingerprint or the marking, this.
I think it'll depend on how the market evolves.
Yeah.
So if you have a market that evolves with lots of small growers that are looking to, all supply, let's say one variety, or like, let's say there's 1,000 pounds of demand for runts, but
Mhm.
nobody has 1,000 lights. Well, you're going to have, 40 growers that all want to service that market that need like a verified source like you're talking about to buy from so that everybody gets a consistent product.
Right.
Haven't seen that happen yet. The alternative situation is where uh someone becomes a really big business and becomes Sour Diesel the brand. and then they trademark that brand, and then their product is consistent across all markets because they're like distributing it. And then now that cultivar is kind of authentic because it comes from the manufacturer of it. Maybe sour diesel is a bad example, but a new strain that you made, right? That you could trademark, let's just say. I think it'll be we won't know which way it goes until we see it, but it seems to be that the majority of consumers are interested in single use convenient products. So vape pens and pre-rolls. A lot of the market is interested in just that.
That's why I made hash hits, because I was like, fuck, I don't know. Gotta get hash in there. What do you got there, Brian? You got a giant dab that you're showing off?
That's some Piatella. I got some
Oh, that
hash.
was Piatella. Nice,
Yeah.
dude. You got the nice Piatella. That's
Here, I
like
got
a
a little-
big slab.
Yeah.
Listen, I think you should send everyone on the panel some of that Piatella, starting with me. Look,
That's my-
Etienne agrees with me. Dr. Mark's smiling.
Oh, there's no disagreements at all.
Look at
Praise
that.
baby Jesus. I mean, everybody needs a little bit of that in their
I'll
life.
drive to the state border to pick it up.
A little bit between your cheek and gums is perfect.
That's funny. That's nice Piatella.
Well,
Thank you.
and so that right there is kind of exactly what I'm talking about. I think once like legalization happens and people can order from growers or from the manufacturer that they want directly, the
Yes.
whole market's going to change. Like you're saying, the whole like authenticity of varieties and stuff. I think a lot of stuff's going to change if and when we ever have something like that happen. Even international, not even every state being online, but even international markets, it'll change something. Who knows what?
Mhm.
That's a
You've
great
got
idea.
vineyards here in California that doing it. You've got a vineyard called Visa Tui. You've never heard of Visa Tui. You'd only know Visa Tui unless you visited their winery. The only people who know about Visa Tour are the people on their mail order list who receive their cases of their limited editions every year. And you can only get it there. You can only order it there. You can only pick it up there. And then it comes directly to your doorstep. So that already exists. But, on top of that, they also have a world-class deli and a world-class dessert section and a whole picnic area. So they make it a whole experience. And somebody's going to replicate that with cannabis, where you can come and you can actually roam the cannabis fields, then go to the store, you can pick up your hashes, your flowers, or what's available currently, and then you sign up on the waiting list or on the actual list for this is going to be released at this time, and it's only limited to this, and you'll pay a premium for this, you'll pay a certain amount for this, and then there'll be the general subscription sort of stuff. And that's how it does with normal products, right? So why shouldn't it be that way with cannabis?
I
That's
pray that it happens. I pray that we can order products from people in different countries and that it doesn't remain only companies. I love the idea of companies being able to do their things and create consistency and have people be like, no, I like it to be the same every time I buy it. When I buy it from these, other places, it change whatever your thing is, like just let it be available for both sides, for all sizes. Because I'd like to order hash from like Lebanon. I'd like to order hash from Nepal. I'd like to order some hash from Afghanistan. Like I would be all over that. I wouldn't smoke a ton of it, but I'd be like, yeah, man. You can always see the pride in when someone's like, dude, this is real Afghani hash. And they get all excited about it. It's like, well, wouldn't it be cool to legitimately be buying it off of an actual Afghani farmer or hash maker? There's just like, yeah, I just bought this off Abdul, like in Afghanistan, man. He's making the good black. He's using Moonbow 11 actually from Fletch.
Well, I mean, how much more incentive would he, as a farmer in Afghanistan, to produce an even better quality product and continue to refine his process,
Dude.
if he had people like you and everywhere else in the world that are saying, hey, I'll buy it for the X, Y, or Z price. And for him, even if he's selling it to another country that isn't as wealthy as some of ours, it's probably still way more than he'd ever get in Afghanistan for it. So it's like, even if he's selling it to some other place. And so I think that in a perfect world, with the expansion of the market like that, we'll actually see a lot better quality of products. But right now, with this fractured market where no one can go across state lines and you got to replicate your model in 9 different places just to serve, it just doesn't even make any sense. Like, no, Coca-Cola doesn't put a like small plant in every single state. They put it in regions, and they can service whole areas where the efficiency is good for them. And it's really hard to maintain a consistent product across multiple states if you got to put your farm in every state. And
Is this
so
is this
this
EU
is one thing
GMP?
limiting. What's that?
Is that EU GMP? That
I
Dr.
mean,
Mark, can you tell me
just
if
put
that's
like a
EU
foot,
GMP?
put a sock on, it'll be fine.
Yeah, he's just got to have a glove on, man. A
Yeah.
foot glove.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
how
all
about-
I was thinking. Yeah, exactly.
He's just dropping tea in there, just dropping some tea right into the hash, and then let's just cook that shit up on the open
Oh, a little
flame.
bit of toe cheese in
Just
there.
little,
Sure.
well, you know what? He's actually advanced, because if you noticed, his hash is sealed in a plastic bag before he heals it. So no toe cheese allowed, unless
See, if you were buying the hash, Marcus, he'd be incentivized to put a foot glove on.
yes, I would design the foot glove for him, no problem. Anyway, you don't see that every day. It's wow,
Bubble Man foot glove coming soon to a theater near you.
Is this where Mr. Extractor has ended up, Fletch?
Oh my God. Mr. Extractor.
Yeah, the guy with the black gloves. Remember him?
I remember Mr. Extractor.
Oh,
I absolutely remember. Although every time you say him, it reminds me of the guy who's like standing like this, and he's got the super bold tattoos. I can't remember what his tattoos say. They're always in the top 10 worst tattoos list. Can't remember what Iceman. I think it's the Iceman tattoo. Every time you say Mr. Extractor, I think of the Iceman. Yeah.
Well, didn't he have a couple videos where he had like, scantily clad women on each side of him, right? Right. And they have like,
Yes.
some bikini, chicks in bikinis next to him and everything. Everyone's just like, what the fuck is this guy?
Sorry, it's Mr. Cool
What happened
Ice.
to him? What happened to him? I remember in Indra and him were like going back and forth, right? Because I think he turned Indra's screws in a pretty
Oh yeah.
significant way.
Yeah. Here, this is Mr. Cool Ice. This is the guy that I think of every time you say Mr. Extractor.
Oh, okay. No, Mr.
Mr. Cool
Extractor
Ice.
usually had a nice
Kelowna?
button
I
down
know.
Oxford
With the
shirt.
crazy little glass, like
Yeah.
BHO extractor thing or whatever. In a super clean room, like it was like a studio that he filmed in.
Yeah, it was like a television studio. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, clown shoes. Well, listen, guys, that was incredible. Mossy, Peter, to come on today. And I know you're probably getting tired. It's probably at least 10 o'clock at night there now. Kept you from your family for 4 hours. I appreciate you, man. Do you want to share real quick where everyone can find access to you, your art, your projects, how they can support you?
Yeah, on www.mossygiant.com, or follow me on Instagram, find me at Mossy Giant. And Marcus, has been a tremendous, how many hours have we been sitting here?
4.
4. It was great. It was incredible to hear the stories and the way you guys approach your work and your craft, and very inspiring, and great to hear those Grateful Dead stories. We're going to get ready to draw the USA next year, and we're definitely going to have some Grateful Dead imagery in there.
Yeah,
So,
blotter art. Blotter
Yeah.
art. Let's see
Yeah,
some
yeah.
of this artwork on little tabs of acid that you can.
Yeah, you just have to buy the paper. You just buy the
I'm gonna
blotter
do it.
paper. Doesn't have to have acid in it, and you can practice on that. And then one day, just put it on like a 10,000 sheet, and that'll be quite proper.
We're gonna do
That's only 1 gram of crystal LSD. So
Let's make it happen. But thanks for having me, man. It was a blast. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks everyone for coming on. As always, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks our sponsors to Puffco and the Press Club and Bubble Bags. And yeah, we'll see you guys next Sunday. As always, I think we're gonna have Jody Emery on next Sunday talking about fair cannabis. So I'll probably try to get some other cool women on there to be a part of that. And otherwise, may the full melt, as always, bless your bowl sooner than later. That's the way I say it. So yeah. Peace out, everybody.
Thank
Much love.
you.
Later.
Bye, everybody.
Recording stopped.